know what you're here for, but help me remind me again. Yoga. Say it around here in the pot.
I'm in from Boston. Sorry.
It's in the pot. Please. We're losing our accent. All right. Try it. What's the name of it? Good evening, and welcome to the Lawrence City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, June 6th, 2023. This meeting will be hybrid, allowing participation both in public and both in person in the City Council chambers and remotely. You may access this meeting via the Lawrence Facebook page and the Lawrence City Council YouTube page. At this point, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Levy. Present. Councilor Dela Cruz. Councilor Russell. Councilor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilor Del Rosario. Councilor Selena Reyes. Councilor Infante. Noted as absent. Councilor Vice President Reyes.
Present.
Council President LaPlante.
Present. At this point, I will all ask to rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please direct us and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The rules are the same every week. 2.5 minutes. At the 2-minute mark, somebody's going to ring the bell. There she is. Ring the bell. Please address just the chair and not any individual city councilors. And first person is Mr. Mali.
Humayun Mali, 53 Chester Street. Good evening, honorable members. In this important election year, we the citizen demand from honorable mayor and honorable councillor of this council the best contract for Lawrence Police. Lawrence Police, this union of pride and honor, has done excellent job to protect our citizens. We are united in support of the Lawrence Police Union and Senior Officers Union. Million thanks to our DPW workers. Because of your hard work, Lawrence is a beautiful city. We support your union and your leadership. We support our inspection at department leadership and the union. Lawrence Public School moving forward because of our best teachers union. Thank you for another glorious academic year. Every Laurentian is proud to support Lawrence Teachers Union. With a budget of $260 million, we must pay our teachers and employees of the Lawrence Public School and cafeteria worker competitive wages. Lawrence wants city under God with the utmost respect for the union right, from the firefighters to teachers and DPW. We, the citizens, are united to ask for the best contract for Lawrence Police now. Thank you.
I believe they're probably here for the public. Is that a person? I have someone listed as a church, but there's no name. What's that?
Casa de Oración, Camino de Santidad.
Say it again. The other people are, I see Hook and Go Company, and the other one is Best Price Towing Service. You're probably here for the public hearing. That's going to come in a little bit. So rather than have you speak here, we'll speak during the public hearing. I also have on here Frank Audi. Frank?
Good evening, members of the council. I'm here this evening to talk about the request of funding created by the Thriving Lawrence program, and we are the group representing Datter Day. If you read our proposal,
There is a phrase in that describes what fathers being fathers is all about. That phrase is being there. Being there is the cornerstone of our program to work with fathers who also want to be there for their children. Being there is about how fathers can talk to each other, how fathers can share their journey, how they can learn from their mistakes, and how they can plan to be more involved in the life of their children as a role model. Dadder Day, which is scheduled for August of 26th of this year, is the execution of those ideas that fathers will be able to learn by sharing community resources in the city of Lawrence with their children. Many fathers with less resources are not able to fully participate in being there. But for the city of Lawrence's financial support to our program, fathers will be able to bond with their children and their children's children. Mr. LaPlante, I'd like to ask you a question right now. I'm not trying to deceive you or the city council or make fun of anyone, but I'm going to ask you if you could spell the word love for me.
Mr. Audi, as easy as that question is, I'm prohibited by our rules to respond, so I hope you can understand, but I think,
Sure.
I know where you're going.
Would you mind telling us how you spell the word love?
T-I-M-E, the time you spend with your children.
Love in the program that we have is spelled T-I-M-E. Love, the more that you spend time with your child, the more they will learn how much you love them. Dadder Day is an opportunity to build relationships with your children. It is the foundation on how to become a responsible father. Our motto, which we've been using for over 25 years in the fatherhood program, has been for many years, father plus child equals legacy. I bet you don't know who said that, but he sat in this chamber. Dick Consoli. He was a city councilor here. He was in the fatherhood program for over 15 years, and he used to say all the time, lives will change in the fatherhood program, and we believe that even more so now. Dadder Day is helping make that legacy become a reality when we use our community resources that a father and child experience together. Those resources that we're talking about is the Lawrence Boating Program, is the beautiful Lawrence Municipal Airport, and it is the city of Champignon Park, where we will have programs for our children. You've heard the expression, it takes a village to raise a child. Lawrence can be that village. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roddy. The names and thank you very much. The names of the individuals and their comments are now being submitted to the clerk as part of our official record. We appreciate, I know this is going to be coming down before the council, probably at our next meeting. One of my colleagues has asked me to ask you if you wouldn't mind sending to us a PDF or a copy of this document. I think there's counselors here that may want to take this and perhaps spread the word a little bit, perhaps through social media. So if you do have something like this electronically of some sort, if you could send it over to the city council through Teresa, to me, we'll make sure that all of my colleagues here, it was Councilor Rodriguez who's very interested in this, and we try to accommodate our colleagues. So if you could help with me with that, that'd be great.
Be happy to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
That's it for public participation. Councilors, a little bit of house cleaning. We have these fantastic devices here. This is our first night. We have Randolph Dominguez, who's here. We've signed the contract. He's now working to provide information translation services. So if there's any members of the public who are here this evening who are unable to understand the word in English, then that's this. And some of us here have this as well. If we have a difficulty understanding perhaps Spanish, we will be able to seamlessly listen and understand the conversation. So this is a milestone evening this evening, and I just want to call attention and thank again Councilor Infante, Councilor Selena Reyes for their ad hoc committee responsibilities, and all of us for the vote and the support. So thank you. At this point, we are going to begin some citations. I'm going to pass the gavel over to the Vice Chair. The first one is for firefighter Ignacio Rodriguez. All right. You can stand right next to me, though, 100%. So, councilors, some of you went to the award banquet for the firefighters and for the Police Officers of the Year award, and we've already addressed and awarded the awards to the police officers, and tonight there were actually 2 firefighters we were supposed to do this presentation with. Captain Mike Blanchard is the other individual, but unfortunately this evening he's ill and is unable to be here. But we will make sure that he does get the citation. The chief, before tonight's meeting, and I was ready to go, but the chief, as he always is well prepared and wants to make sure that I don't make any mistakes. And so he gave me his comments, and I just think it'd be worthwhile to just to read these so all of my colleagues can better understand why you received what you received as the Firefighter of the Year. So on June 27th of 1916, Lawrence Fire received a phone call for a building fire at 40 White Street. This is a multi-unit housing complex that is known to house many elderly and medically challenged personnel. The companies arrived to heavy smoke, and it's shown first on the first floor of a 12-unit building. The occupant of the fire department met with the firefighters outside, and the occupant was suffering from smoke inhalation. He was brought to the General Hospital, LGH, by ambulance, and the firefighters began to attack and search the building. Engine 8 was assigned to search the second floor, as a report by an occupant stated that an elderly lady known to have mobility issues was not seen outside and may still be in the building. So Captain Blanchard and firefighter Rodriguez entered the building and proceeded to the second floor. The smoke was so heavy that it required the firefighters to search on their hands and knees. During this search, they located the female standing in the heavy smoke. It was stated that they came upon 2 ankles. Is this true? There were 2 ankles that are right there when you're on your hand and standing in the smoke. So you couldn't even see her, right? No. The stair was untenable due to the heavy heat and the smoke, and the fire apartment directly opposite the stairs. A decision was made to move to the front balcony, attempt to remove this woman from that location. Once outside and on the balcony, the captain and this individual, who was too feeble to go over a ladder. I mean, she was, how old do you think she was? 60s, 70s, something like that?
Oh, probably like
80s, wow, okay. And there's no way she's going down a ladder, right?
Not without her cat.
Okay. Now without her cat. And then because she was stranded over there, you had to figure out what you were going to do. So they say here that companies were making progress to knock the fire down, and the ventilation was aggressively being done to remove the smoke. Both an EMT and an ambulance staff went onto the balcony to assist this elderly woman. And finally, a stair chair was brought to the balcony, and when the smoke cleared enough so that the patient can be removed from the building and taken to LGH for assessment and treatment for smoke inhalation. But the point here is that we always talk about, what do firefighters do that we don't do? We run out of burning buildings. They run into burning buildings. And this is another example of the fire department doing what they're trained to do, and why we, I think, and I can say this modestly, we have the best fire department in the Commonwealth, and that's just not, no pun intended, blowing smoke. That's real. So, firefighter Rodriguez, I'm not going to read the resolution because I just read what the story was from over here, but I want you to understand that we as a city council, I'll name all of us, are so fortunate and lucky to have people like you doing the jobs that you do, and we're so lucky and fortunate. So there's a resolution that be it resolved that the Lawrence City Council acknowledges you, firefighter Ignacio Rodriguez's bravery and professionalism, and congratulates him for receiving the 2022 Lawrence Firefighter of the Year Award, signed by Council President LaPlante, Council Vice President Estela Reyes, Councilor at Large Anna Levy, Councilor at Large Selena Reyes, Councilor at Large Richard Russell, Councilor from District A Maria De La Cruz, Councilor from District C Gregory Del Rosario, Councilor from District D Giovanni Rodriguez, Councilor from District D Stephanie Infante. So congratulations and thank you. That's for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to give first a huge thanks to my beautiful wife and kids right behind me. My parents.
Can they stand up for a second?
Yeah. My parents are also behind me. Captain Blanchard, that couldn't make it here tonight. Chief Moriarty in the Lawrence Fire Department, and the City of Lawrence for this recognition. Thank you very much.
At this point, under tabled matters, I'd like, where is it? Somebody can find it faster. Looking for someone to take document number 17019 off of tabled matters, please.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Councilor Infante is with us. Because of that, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Counselor Infante. I don't hear her. Counselor Selena Reyes? Counselor Del Rosario? Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Russell? Counselor De La Cruz? Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Estela Reyes? Yes. Council President LaPlante?
Yes. Councilors, it's been, we've been doing this now, I think, since 2012 or 2011. It's been some time that this council has taken the opportunity to take the time to recognize the very best, the individuals in our schools that achieved the highest GPA, that showed true excellence in their institutions. And I think all of us are very proud when we go to the graduations and we see these individuals, because these are these are our students. These are our children. They're not children anymore because they're graduating. But it takes us great pride. The first person is actually, and I'm going to ask the individual counselors who are to stand by me when it's in their district. But the first person is actually from my district, so I'm going to start off with Anna Burgos. If she wouldn't mind coming up front, please. Thank you. So this is very brief, but I'm sure it doesn't really treat the amount of work that you put in to make your successes live. So I hope that this means meaningful to you, because it is to us. But anyway, Anna Burgos graduated from Northern Essex Community College with a GPA of 3.98, and she earned her associate's degree in criminal justice. She's also a graduate of Greater Lawrence Technical School. And she's now on track to graduate next from the University of Massachusetts at Lowell with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, where she also intends to earn a master's degree. So wherefore we, the members of the Lawrence City Council, hereby applaud and honor the academic and personal achievement of Anna Burgos, and hereby set our hand and cause the seal of the City of Lawrence to be affixed on this 6th day of June, 2023. This resolution has been adopted by, or will be very soon, by all the members of the Lawrence City Council. Congratulations, Anna.
I just want to say thank you to my mom, Maria, and my sister, Marilyn, for always supporting me throughout my journey and everything that I go through. Thank you.
We're going to have them stand up. I want to listen to the partners. Stand up. Why don't you go around the room and shake everybody's hand? Yeah, just like a firefighter. Joining me right now is Councilor Rodriguez, because not only is this next individual, but the next two individuals actually live in District D. So at this point, would Emily Ruano please come forward? So whereas Emily is the valedictorian of the Upper School Academy at Lawrence High School and graduating with a 4.54 GPA. That is wow. That's it. Yeah. Emily was an L-Pen recipient and a member of the National Honor Society and the student government. She was an early college student with a challenging course load of AP classes. Emily was a member of the Superintendent's Student Council and the LHS Book Club. She is also a graduate of the Lawrence Police Department's Junior Police Academy. Emily will attend the University of Massachusetts Lowell in the fall to study criminal justice. I think you might have a partner there. We, the members of the Lawrence City Council, hereby applaud and honor the academic and personal achievement of Emily Ruano, and hereby set our hand and cause the seal of the City of Lawrence to be fixed on this, the 6th day of June, 2023. It is signed by all members of the Lawrence City Council. Congratulations. Congratulations. say a few words? I'm going to say a few words first, and then you may want to thank your parents or whoever's here.
I just want to thank my parents first. They're over there. And I want to thank the City of Lawrence for giving me a lot of opportunities, and I'm very grateful for them. Thank you.
Let me do this one too, or do you want to do this one? All right. Okay. The last resolution for this evening is for Edgar Martinez. Edgar, where are you? You ready? All right. So Edgar is a graduate of the Greater Lawrence Vocational Technical School, and he graduated with a 4.44 GPA, and he was part of the Dental Assistance Program trade. Excellent. Edgar was part of the National Honor Society, senior class president, captain of the cheerleading team, was a state finalist for the Presidential Scholars Program, and was recognized as this year's outstanding vocational student from across the Commonwealth. That's impressive. And this is, wait, Edgar will be attending the University of Pennsylvania, which is an Ivy League, which is something I don't know about, in the fall, where he plans to pursue dentistry. So therefore, we, the members of the Lawrence City Council, hereby applaud and honor the academic and personal achievement of Edgar Martinez and set our hand and cause the seal of the City of Lawrence to be affixed on this, the 6th day of June, 2023, signed by all the members of the Lawrence City Council. Congratulations.
First and foremost, I would like to thank my family for their unconditional support throughout my high school career. I would also like to thank the City Council for this recognition tonight. And finally, I would like to make a promise to make my community proud and to work diligently to support my community. Thank you.
Second.
She's off. All right.
All those in favor?
I don't need to be in any.
amended by adding the following subparagraph to section 10.321.145 of the municipal code, non-police initiated trespass tows. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 266, Section 120D, permits the removal of a motor vehicle from a private way, lot, or other property by a tow truck company upon the order of the property owner or person in lawful control of that property. Before a vehicle may be towed at the expense of that vehicle's owner, the following procedures must be followed. 1, fair notice. The person who has lawfully control of such private property must forbid the operator of the vehicle from parking it or letting it stand upon that property either by informing the operator directly or by posting a notice, such as no parking, tow-away zone. Such posted notice must be conspicuously posted at each entrance to the property and throughout the restricted area in such a way that a reasonable person will have known that parking at that location without permission will result in the towing of the vehicle. Police notification. No such vehicle shall be removed by the person in control of the property until he or she or contracted tow company representative has notified the police department that the vehicle will be removed. Notification must be in person at the Lawrence Police Department, 90 Lowell Street, or via telephone 978-794-5900. Such notification shall include the address from which the vehicle is being towed, the address and telephone number of the storage facility, vehicle description to include a registration plate, state, make, model, and color, the name and address of the person, i.e. property owner or person in lawful control of the private property, who is directing that the tow be conducted at the expense of the vehicle's owner, E, the name and address of the tow truck company and the name or employee number of the tow truck operator. F, towing, transportation, and storage fees the registered owner of such towed vehicle is liable for. The person or company holding the vehicle must ensure that the recovery of such or service vehicle is registered, insured, inspected, and in full compliance with Mass DOT regulations. The facility where the vehicle will be stored complies with the following guidelines. 1, the property must be equipped with video surveillance equipment. All video will be preserved for no less than 30 days. The property will be equipped with adequate lighting so as to allow for safe ingress and egress. Access to the area where the recovery service vehicles and secured vehicles are stored will be fenced in and limited to authorized personnel, not members of the public. 4, cash payments are not to be accepted after 6 p.m. Credit card and electronic payments, i.e. Cash App or Apple Pay, will be the only form of payment is accepted after 6 p.m. Cash payments may be accepted as of 6 a.m. Cash will not be held within the premises after 6 p.m. Pricing, Mass General Law, Chapter 159, Section 6B, for towing and storage must be posted at the front of the business, conspicuously visible. The person or company holding the vehicle must be available to accept payment and release the vehicle to registered tow owner 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The person or company holding the vehicle may hold that vehicle until a registered owner pays the removal and storage fees and must release the vehicle forthwith once payment is received. The person or company holding the vehicle is responsible for any damage, mechanical or aesthetic, sustained by the vehicle as a result of said tow. The person or tow company holding the vehicle is responsible for the contents of any vehicle while in their custody. Tow company must keep a tow log and document tow at a place of violation to include the whole vehicle, plate, and surrounding area. Tow company must be registered through the state according to applicable law of the Commonwealth and with the City of Lawrence via Citizen Serve. Inspectional services, fire department, zoning board, and clerk's office were required to include certification, insurances, etc. Failure to comply. First and subsequent violations. Private property owners. Any property owner or person in lawful control of private property who fails to comply with the aforementioned procedures will be fined $200 per incident. Tow company. Any tow company who fails to comply with the aforementioned procedures will be fined $200 per incident. Tow company's agents will be held responsible for the recovery, service vehicle operators' violations of this ordinance and will be fined $200 per incident. Third violation, within a calendar year, will result in a 1-week towing suspension. Subsequent violations, within a calendar year, will yield a hearing before the licensing board, which may result in additional sanctions, including, but not limited to, a permanent license suspension. All sanctions must be deemed appropriate by the licensing board. To the extent that there exists any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
The public hearing is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Those who wanted to be in public participation earlier, this is the time to speak if you wanted to say something on this matter. Board, please give your name and address for the record.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Yamilet. I am the representative for Best Price Towing Services. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me a moment to speak. The ordinance that is here, I'd just like to make an amendment to the proposed amendment. It is section 1032-140. There was a typo. It says 145, but it is section 1032-140 for the city ordinance. The only thing that we would like to speak on is number 4. We agree with giving them the option, and they do have the option of credit and debit, but after 6 p.m., it is hard for them, for our workers to be able to do that on site, just because it brings them, it makes them be at risk until this processes. Sometimes there's issues with Wi-Fi or the person's cellular data, and while this payment processes, they can be at risk. We've had our workers get punched, smacked, unfortunately, and we just want to be able to go in and get out in a clean manner. What I'm speaking about is drop fees. So if the person comes out while their vehicle is being towed, they are allowed the opportunity to be able to pay the 50% and have their vehicle dropped. Usually it's a cash thing because of putting them at risk. It takes too long. We also take pictures before and after we move the vehicles. So we would like to speak about number 9, holding the company, holding the company liable for damages to a vehicle. We completely agree if it was the company's fault. But we've had instances where, for example, a rear view mirror was broken and it was on, we took pictures before the vehicle was moved and after, and the person states, oh, well, you broke my rear view mirror. And we show them the photos, and then they're like, oh, yes, no, that was like that. If we don't take pictures before and after, then we would have been held liable for that. So we completely agree with being held liable for damages that we do, you know, because accidents do happen, but I don't think that we should be held liable for any mechanical or cosmetic, aesthetic issues to a vehicle if there is no proof. There are cameras in all of our properties, and we also take pictures before and after, as was stated. And then also the contents that's inside of the vehicle. At least our company, we do not go into the vehicle. And if we see that the vehicle is unlocked, we lock the vehicle on the premises where there's cameras and they can see that it was only locked and the vehicle wasn't touched. Anyone can state that there was a wallet in there and it went missing. So we just say that if there can be like an amendment to that section that might state, you know, that that they're held liable, obviously, like depending on what is seen in the cameras and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have a
What was that? I'm sorry? Yamilet, Y-A-M as in Mary, I-L-E-T, last name Diaz. Yes. It is section 10.32.140. On the public hearing docket says 1:45.
Is that, and you said section number 9?
Correct. We just had an issue with number 4, number 9, and number 10.
4, 9?
Yes. Just
Thank
for
you
the
for-
safety of our workers.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Good evening, City Council members. Evelyn Rodriguez, representative for Hook and Go Towing, Inc., located at 631R Essex Street. I want to piggyback on what Ms. Jamilette said. I completely agree. Damages to property usually is recorded on cameras. We are obligated to take pictures before and after of the vehicles. Once they're on the hook, take a picture all around the vehicle. They send the pictures to whoever's the dispatch at the person at the time, and then we take a picture once it gets to the yard and it's parked, so that we have evidence, this is how we parked it, this is how your vehicle was. We've had many instances where the vehicle had damage in the bottom for whatever reason, and we have taken pictures, and they'll come and claim, oh, the flatbed ruins my truck, or the flatbed ruins my car. We've had instances where we've had mechanics take a look at the vehicle and prove to the client, this wasn't done by this, it was impossible, whatever, whatnot. We have, our establishment is fully lit, but with the releasing cars on a 24-hour basis, I think that's a huge safety issue, where sometimes I'm called at 3 o'clock in the morning to go, and I'm alone. So unless I have an officer standing by me to make sure the person's not intoxicated, because I refuse to release a vehicle to a person that's intoxicated and give the keys to that person, or allow that person to take the keys and get behind the wheel. So the fact that we're dealing with some people after 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning that are coming out of a club or coming out of a party and coming to pick up their vehicles, that's a huge safety concern. What we do is we usually have a driver on, driving. We close, our hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 9 to 6, Saturdays 10 to 6. The chauffeurs, we have 2 drivers, 1 to 2 drivers every night. They'll, depending on the volume, they'll drive around till about midnight. They usually stay an hour after to release cars, and they release cars in and out during the entire time they're driving. After that hour, if people call, I give another hour. If people call, I let them know we'll be there by 9 a.m. in the morning, and they're usually okay. They come and pick it up. Most women that are driving won't go down to pick it up at 3 o'clock in the morning anyways. They usually wait till the next day because they don't want to stand outside in a dark area or in the middle of nowhere, as they would call it, if they're not from around here, right? So I think that's just a safety concern for me that I would like for you guys to take into consideration and understand that we're working to the best of our ability. The other part, but I discussed the damages, discussed that. What was the other part? I think that's pretty much it, besides piggybacking what Ms. Jamilette said on everything and re-echoing that it is, a huge concern, and we appreciate that you guys are taking all of this into consideration and trying to regulate. We just appreciate your consideration when it comes to what we do and how we do it, and we respect your decision, and we try to maintain in compliance with whatever we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Eliel Diaz. I'm the owner of Best Price Towing. And I just want you guys to get a little bit of what we do out here, right, you guys? We're called out for a tow. The property manager calls, says, hey, we got a Honda Accord blocking the trash can, let's just say, right? So I send my guys out. We send 2 per truck. The city is it could be a dangerous city at night or even in the afternoon, even in the morning. It can happen at any time. So I'll send one guy in my truck, one guy driving, and one guy in the helper. That helper goes with the driver. They get there. They locate the management. Management points out the vehicle. They don't hook up the vehicle. They don't touch the vehicle. That's something I enhance to my drivers. This car could be involved in a shooting, could be involved in anything, right? So do not touch this vehicle. I've worked with a lot of different companies. Martin's Towing, I worked with them for 8 years. I worked for a lot of different companies before I went into business, and I really studied into this type of stuff before I put myself into this stuff, you know? So you don't touch the vehicle. One, reporting it to Lawrence Police Department. Another one, taking pictures all the way around the way that my colleague, my wife colleague said, take pictures before and after. Once my guy is done reporting with the Lawrence Police that they've given us the okay to remove this vehicle, then we begin to hook this vehicle. Now, there's cars that are all-wheel drive. There's cars that are front-wheel drive. So we have all different type of equipment to remove these vehicles off the ground, wherever we're gonna tow this vehicle. We have skates for all-wheel drive cars. If it's an all-wheel drive, we have wrecker and dollies. We get this vehicle after to our impound lot. We take pictures of it before and after. We get it into our system, we log it. Once it's all logged, we move on to the next. Okay, so there's a right way of doing things, and there's the wrong way of doing things. So us over here at Best Price Towing, we try our best to do things by the book. We do not remove any vehicle until the vehicle is reported to Lawrence Police Department. And once that's all said and done, then we remove the vehicle off the property. That's it. And with the drop fees, you know, that's another thing that I wanted to speak about because, like she mentioned, we've had incidents where drivers have gotten hit or they've gotten surrounded. We have to call Lawrence Police. You know, it gets dangerous out there, so it's hard for us to sit there and say, can I have your ID? Can I have your credit card? Let me punch it in. The situation is heated. We just want to get in and out of there and de-escalate the situation, give them back their vehicle, and move on, you know? So it's just, that's the only argument that I had on when it comes to that, you know, the drop fees. I get it, if it's somebody coming after 6 to pick up a vehicle over at Best Price Towing, yes, we charge them with the card, you know, so much easier, but all my drivers do not have access to a credit card machine or a Cash App or any of that source, you know? So it's just, it makes it's gonna prolong the situation, you know, the process for this customer to get their car back, you know? So that's all I had to say about that. Other than that, everything else, I agree. Give the car back to the registered owner. That's great, because there's a lot of people in the city that register their car in New Hampshire under their cousins or aunts, and now who you really, you know what I mean? So that's something that I just wanted to put in a little bit on my behalf, because I'm out there in the field too with my guys. I'm not just the guy in the background here, you know, I'm out there too myself working, and it's just, it's gonna be a little hard for us to say, can I get your credit card? Oh yeah, Cash App, and they're all upset. They don't even wanna give it to you most of the time, you know, so it's just gonna prolong the situation, you know, so thank you guys for the opportunity for allowing me to speak, and have a good night, everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing was about to close, but we're not there yet.
Councilors, I apologize. Good afternoon, my name is Jay. I'm the owner of Hook and Go Towing, Inc. Our company been contracted for over 5 years in the city of Lawrence. We got many other private parking lots. Now, this is a dangerous city, and when I tell you dangerous, it's you guys know more than anybody. I agree with most of the things that were being said here, as far as like releasing the car, as far as like the lighting, as far as like the cameras that can back us up. The only thing that I disagree is the same as I was saying with the cash payment and stuff like that, because what we use is our phone. So that will put us to have every single employee to have the information of the company itself when we charge them. So that's unacceptable because they're gonna have, you know, access to our accounts and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to, you know, the drop fees and stuff like that, I agree. People should be able to get their car as soon as, you know, they're being willing to pay for it. When it comes to the storage and stuff like that, I agree as well. But that's the only thing that I disagree will be with the cash payment and stuff like that. If you guys can make an amendment, would be greatly appreciated on Hook and Go's behalf. Thank you.
Should close the public hearing first? They can speak, the police officers can speak after. The public hearing is now closed. Councilors, I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve?
Motion made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion? I'm going to go with Councilor Del Rosario first, and then Councilor Dela Cruz.
That cash money, how is it reported when it comes to tax paying?
So, welcome, Captain and Officer. Identify yourself, please, and are you willing to answer the Councilor's question?
Captain Montes with the Lawrence Police Department. Good evening. This is Officer Canal.
Officer Canal, Lawrence, please.
You hear the Councilor's question?
I did.
Okay.
No, I got it, sir. I got to tell you, I am unable to answer that question. Obviously, somebody within the business would be able to tell you that, sir.
Okay, to answer your question, if you come and you have a card, I can take it or the owner can take it. If it's after hours, they'll take the cash. We have a safe box. They take the payment, give the person the receipt, fold it, put it in that box. Only myself and the owner have access to that box. We count the cash in the morning. Every day we do a deposit in the business account. We have an accountant that tallies up all of those deposits. It goes through our bank. They have the payroll set up. They have everything. We pay quarterlies. So every quarter, we have to pay into our taxes. The accountant estimates what we owe for the quarter, and we pay the quarterly taxes in that manner through everything that's documented. I have a very in-depth Excel format. Everything that comes in cash format is put in there and logged into the system for our accountant. QuickBooks, we have everything through QuickBooks. QuickBooks tallies everything, invoices everything. So that is the process we take with our accountant. We do quarterlies, and we do, obviously, our annual business and individual taxes, and that's how we get our taxes paid for those cash payments. You're welcome.
I brought a copy of our receipts. This is what we use. So through the DPU, it's regulated that you have to send in a copy of all of the tolls that you did, including drops, by March 31st. Usually January 1st or the week of January 1st, they send a letter to you, and you have to send in everything, whether it was cash or it was through credit or debit. If there is a slip that is missing, they will catch you. It's by order. Even if one of your receipts was voided, you have to save that receipt. You have to write voided, and it has to go into the rest of your log. Thank you.
Councilor Dela Cruz, and then Councilor Rodriguez.
My question is, if they put in friendly amendment, how are we going to vote for this today? Because they have clear aspects that they would like to see change, as for example, getting that money to be cash after midnight. Then are we going to make that decision tonight?
So, Councilors, I can only advise you on what the council wishes to do. If a councilor wishes to offer an amendment, it's the council's prerogative to do so. You have two ways of doing an amendment. The author of this motion is Vice President Reyes. You may ask her to accept a friendly amendment. If she does not accept a friendly amendment, you may make a motion to do that, which will need to be seconded by another member of the City Council, and then we would have a vote on that motion, on that amendment.
I think we need to be fair to understand the two ways of the situation, because I understand that most people, we don't have cash at this moment, but at the same time, some people, they give you a cell number or whatever, and the next day you notice that they don't have money in the bank. Then we had to think about that as well.
Councilor Rodriguez?
I just want to ask a few questions to the police department. So this whole ordinance come across, I imagine, because you guys were working with different vendors and they have different concerns and the city have concerns and we put this ordinance together, right?
That's actually negative, sir.
Okay,
The ordinance comes as a result of dealing with the general public. As I said in the ordinance committee, when it was first introduced, you have your vehicle towed, you parked at the wrong spot, you're fully aware of that, you're willing to go ahead and pay so that you could take your vehicle home with you. You can't find your vehicle, you come to the station to report it's stolen, and only to find out that, no, it's at X company. And when and this is, you know, it's more prevalent after hours, what ends up happening is you want to go ahead and get your vehicle released, and you can't because they're not open till Monday. So now you're being penalized for having your vehicle in the wrong spot, which you understand and you're willing to go ahead and pay. But now on Monday, you're either going to be late to work or not even show up to work because you have to go retrieve your vehicle. You're being charged additional storage as a result of the place not being closed, not being open. So again, this comes as a result of the need for fairness. We understand that we are fully mindful that a lot of the people that came up here that are representing the companies here are doing the right thing. We're trying to regulate the ones that are not.
All right.
May I add?
Please.
I'll give you a scenario. Come out of town, Boston, to come out to club here in Lawrence, which is something very normal. Car gets towed, and now how do you get home? Take a taxi? But you're willing to pay, so what do? So these are things that, unfortunately, we're trying to mitigate, to try and make it so that they have access to the vehicle, because it was taken during an inconvenient time. I understand that. And I understand, we all understand about the safety aspect of it. We want to be reasonable to that as well. But we have to have an understanding that there has to be some kind of process in play to allow someone that's willing to pay for their vehicle because they need to get home to get their vehicle. So I think it's up to them to figure a way that this can happen, because your car gets taken Saturday night, it's a long weekend, Monday holiday weekend. Do they have to wait until Tuesday to get their vehicle? So these are things that, again, it's the inconvenience at the moment when they're willing to pay for the vehicle that we could try and figure out a way that they can get their car. Because if you have to travel to Lynn or anywhere, how do you get home?
So I think that we facing this ordinance the same way, with few little changes, at least on my end. What are the requirements for the companies for them to be a vendor to the city to actually provide these services? Are they required to be open 24/7?
So, sir, they are not vendors to the city. So they are vendors to the private property owner. So I would assume that there's some level of registration that happens, obviously, through the Department of Public Utilities. I don't know what process actually takes place within the city. I know that we have companies that do trespass tows from Methuen, for example, that actually conduct trespass tows here in the city. So I wouldn't be able to answer what actual registration actually takes place or who they're registered to, other than the Department of Public Utilities.
But
now, if I may, within the proposed ordinance, we are saying you have to go ahead and register with the city.
that's what I was going to refer to. They're going to be registering through the city ServSafe service, and part of they're going to have requirements about to avoid those type of issues in case that somebody get towed and they not open the following day because it's a Sunday, Monday is a holiday. Are they going to have some type of requirements to provide services in within the period, within the limits of the city of Lawrence?
Correct, sir. So the goal is the minute that somebody is willing to pay for that vehicle, to release that vehicle they should accept payment and the vehicle should be returned to them. To include after hours, holidays, weekends, your vehicle is your property, you should have access to it. You know, you understand that you did wrong in parking it wherever you parked it, you shouldn't be penalized over and over and over again for it.
So those companies that are going to be registered with the city of Lawrence, we're going to have to put some restrictions or some requirements on them, because otherwise, if we said that, you know, payments is required in different ways, not only cash, and that only affect companies from Lawrence, they can definitely change their address and go to Methuen and keep on doing business because, you know, Methuen doesn't require, but they're within the perimeters of the city of Lawrence. So is that in general when you perform business here in the city of Lawrence?
This is toast, as much as we want to go ahead and say that what happens to the city, the residents of Methuen, you know, affects us, we care for the well-being and the treatment that the citizen of Lawrence receives.
Referring to this ordinance, if they are doing business, the companies are doing business here, they're going to have this requirement, but...
Yeah, within the boundaries of the city, sir.
Cities.
And another thing, the reason why, if I may, the reason why we went ahead and said no cash payments after hours, it's a safety concern. Obviously, if I know that you have cash, you are a potential victim, especially after hours. So we understand they may not necessarily be able, you know, to staff a full office after hours or things like that. But at the very minimum, if I know, because it's posted, because everything would have to be posted, that cash is not held within this premises after 6 o'clock, then me being a thief, I am less likely to target that place at that time.
No, and I agree with you, because something that both of the company mentioned tonight is that the city is very dangerous. So carrying cash.
Working on that, sir.
No. I mean, carrying cash. They want the cash, but they say very dangerous. So it's like the opposite. So I would like to offer a friendly amendment to this ordinance to also include BINMO and sales as part of the payments, because usually a lot of people carry either BINMO, Cash App, sales, or one of those three, which are the mayor's components.
So
we only have Cash App.
we listed those as examples. I mean,
Oh, okay.
yeah, you know, electronic payment. I don't know, you know, today, what's popular today may not necessarily be popular tomorrow. You know,
I'll make sure that at least we cover the basics.
of course, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, if it is just electronic payment, that's fine.
May I just say, Counselor, I think that one of the things that they mentioned were the drop fee. So that's why they would need a cash, because they would be charging just half of the amount of what they would be charging if they had towed it to the lot. So the drop fee is saying that they prefer cash at that moment in order to release the vehicle before they hook it onto the tow truck. So that's something that, don't know how they would be able to adjust to that, how they would be able to do it, but we recommend that it not be cash, that it be through electronic payment. I think that would take care, that would take care of that aspect of it.
So, what are, to the companies, just a quick example, probably you don't have to give me an exact price, but I mean, what are the charges for the towing that you guys charge? Just mention it there for the public. Just go to the mic.
So it'll be $108 for the tow, $25 admin fee, and then we charge a $35 a day storage fee. That's what we at Best Price Towing charge, $35 a day. Now indoor storage is $75, and we charge half of the $108 for a drop fee, $54. That's it.
Plus the 25 admin fee?
Nope.
No, okay.
We don't charge that. We just,
And who made the determination whether the car is gonna go to inside facility or outdoor? Because it's different prices.
yeah, we don't offer that, but I'm just letting you guys know through the DPU, that's what, those are it's regulated, through them. You can't charge more, and you can't charge more than that. It's against the law. And I agree 100% with the officers when it comes to the 24 hours. You have to be available 24 hours. This is people's property, They need their vehicles. I've gone down 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to release vehicles, myself personally, alone, to release a car. You have to be available 24 hours. You want to do this type of work, be available 24 hours. If not, then don't do it. I'm sorry. That's the way that's my personal opinion. All right, so we're open 24 hours to release vehicles. We did a little snow removal touring for you guys this winter. It went great. We did good. We did 42 cars one night, and not as much as Cody's or the big guys did. They did, but we tried, and we did a little bit, and we had no issues releasing cars. I was there from the moment 5 o'clock hit. It starts 12 a.m., 5 o'clock in the morning was when they called the band. No more towing. I was there all the way until the next day at 12 in the afternoon, 3:30 in the afternoon, till the last car did not leave my lot. I stayed there. All right, so you have to be there to release these. This is people's property, Like he said, people need to go to work, and people, they need their property. So you have to
Give me a good example of the price and the storage fee for the other, so we can have a good idea.
108, 25, and $35. Yep, same price. I have a question.
So,
if I may.
Sure.
So with the electronic payments, what will happen, and this is from my personal experience, what would happen if you have 10 transactions, and out of the 10 transactions, you get dispute 5 of them? That happened to me a lot in a period of time because people don't want to pay the towing, so now I got to take out of my time, I got to file a civil matter for $160. It should be the other way around because they're in violations. So if they find us that we did something wrong, it should, but
that's something that...
The problem with the electronics is mostly the disputes. We had a high dispute.
So now we are talking honestly about the issue.
Yeah, my issue as hook and go, it's the disputes. When we prefer cash because it's a higher dispute when we accepting the electronic payments.
So
on
now,
our experience.
Yeah, now we are talking honestly about the issue. Before you say, oh, this is a danger series, we shouldn't be carrying cash. I mean, whatever. I mean, it is.
When we say that is, I'm sorry.
But I'll tell you what happened. Everybody that is doing business with electronic payment is at risk, and is at the same risk of disputing transactions.
Correct.
I understand that probably your business tend to have a higher rate of this situation, but we as a legislator, we need to make sure that we protect the interests of the public, not specific companies. So we're making a law in regard to the public, and it's not on the benefit of any particular companies. If that's an issue that
it's
you
a
guys
reoccurring
have,
issue. It is.
I understand, but I mean, we need to make sure that availability for people to get the cards out or to get the drop off at the moment is available.
Yes, I agree with that.
And that's
100%.
basically what we need to deal with.
I agree, sir.
I personally have about 15,000 people living on my district that I need to respond to them.
Exactly.
And that's basically the point of us as a legislator, being doing business as a legislator. And that's the negative part of you doing business as a towing company.
Correct.
That is a different challenge on every aspect of the situation.
Right.
But we need to protect the people.
I agree, sir.
One quick question that I have for the companies, if I might. What is the time that it takes for a company from the beginning to end, once you get the vehicle point by the property manager?
Well, it depends on the...
Remove that vehicle from the...
To remove and then store, it depends on...
No, to remove it, to put it in your truck and just leave the perimeters of the company.
Depending on what piece of equipment you're using, depending on the weather, depending
The
on the
average time, about.
7 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
So, within that time, as an average, obviously, it could be a little more, a little
Yeah,
less.
yeah, it can-
It could be less, because I have seen it, very quick. So, you guys are taking pictures of the vehicle once you put the vehicles on top of the. Before.
And after.
On the floor.
Before and after. Before we hook the car, pictures, and after when we drop it in the lot, pictures. That's gonna have us in the liability aspect of it, that we can cover our bases.
So you're doing that for every vehicle?
Every vehicle. I can
Is
show
that
you
a
with-
requirement from the police department for them to
No,
have
it's
to
not.
do that?
As a towing company, we enforce it just because that's gonna cover, our tracks and stuff like that. In case of somebody comes with a damage that we technically did, but we didn't do, we can actually show them, and listen, come on now, this is how your vehicle was, and this is, So at that point, usually, it
Because
just
I
fades
think
away.
that, councilors, what I'm coming from with this comment is because it is not a requirement, but I think it will be very beneficial for both of the parties. Either the people that have been affected by the towing, obviously because they illegally park on a place, but also for the companies to have that as a requirement. And by us adding these to the ordinance, is gonna protect the people against other companies that not necessarily do this.
Correct.
As part of the requirement. With that said, councilors, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to be add that pictures will be required for the towing companies to be to taken. So I would like to offer a friendly amendment to be add as priorly 13, part 13, that picture will be required for any towing what?
Involuntary tolls.
Involuntary tolls, yes.
So I just like to your amendment. You finished with your question?
Sure.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want him to go before we finish with all the questions. I do want to share something that happened to us. So whatever is gonna be happening tonight, that has nothing to do with the police department, either with the homecoming. And the reason that I'm saying that is because, I was in a meeting with Mr. Diaz, and he knows all the numbers of the complaints that we get, and we try to make things work and go to the middle ground. If we leave the way we have it now, we're not making any changes. As my colleague, Councilor Rodriguez was saying, we have also to respond to our constituents. So this is not a punishment. This is not something that we are taking this personal. You remember, Mr. Diaz, how I was on your side, defending your side, even though it was 50 of my constituents, and I went to your favor, right? So it's only fair for me to say that things need to change, even though we feel like this is something that is going to affect. I know the dispute. I know that Cash App and all the application that I am personally don't like to use, right? But you are in the business that you need to be accessible. The person who got affected by taking a vehicle, you guys need to be reliable. So another thing that I think is okay to clarify is that you have to release the vehicle in the 24 hours, meaning that if you got a vehicle or you towing a vehicle at 3 o'clock in the morning, you have 24 hours. So you have all day long until 3 o'clock in the morning. This is when it start counting 24 hours.
Right.
What I don't want to see is, or hear from my constitution is that the vehicle has been taken Friday, and they don't get or release the vehicle or get it until Tuesday. So this is basically, I'm not saying to none of the companies.
No, I know.
I'm getting into this, but the reason that I'm saying what I'm saying, I'm talking with
base. Mr. Diaz was present. He remembered all the complaints was given. It was nothing in favor about his company. And he's laughing. It was nothing in favor about his company. Yeah, we got a couple after we cooled things down, but it was people that they got upset with me because we want to give him another opportunity. Because I know as much as we want to support our constituents, we know how hard it is dealing with people.
It is.
And I got that part. So the friendly amendment, I think is only fair. You already said that you're taking picture before and after.
Yes.
And you show it just in
Every-
case, because sometimes I know people like to play games.
Yes.
And they say, you know, my vehicle is not working after you towing my vehicle. So you don't have to take that only because someone come and say, because they have to prove. But again, I just want you to be clear that has nothing personal. And the reason that I want to approve this is because the amount of calls that I get every single time something happened. I would have lied to you if I say that I get a call every day, but at least 10 or 12 during a week, I get a call complaining about the same. It's the same with the taxi driver. Who likes the taxi driver? No one's. They stop in the middle of the street, they do whatever, they complain about that, but they also relied on the service. So that's all I have to say, so.
And we've got Councilor Russell who hasn't spoken yet, but after everybody has spoken, we'll go around to Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Council President. I hope this question is germane. I mean, this happened to me years ago. My work vehicle was being towed. I managed to get into the vehicle before it was lifted off the ground. First of all, I want to know, is it legal to tow a vehicle with a person in it? And second of all, how do you handle a situation like that in this type of an environment?
So this happened to me. We got on scene, we were reported to Lawrence Police Department. We hooked the vehicle, and the two back tires were touching already my bed. I'm almost up there, and he comes running out of the store. He says, "No, you're not taking my car." He takes his son, like 4 years old, and throws him in the passenger side. I call Lawrence Police Department. I leave it alone. We cannot tow a vehicle that has anybody in it. But if somebody gets hurt, now we're liable for it. So no, we just don't do anything. Call Lawrence Police Department. Lawrence Police Department comes, they mediate the situation, whether they pay the $54 drop fee or whether we tow it, it's up to them at that point. So that's how I would handle that situation.
Okay, that's the question. If somebody manages to get into the vehicle while you're in the process of towing it, does that individual have to pay a drop fee?
If it's already hooked and the bed is on the ground, yes.
I said in the process of being hooked.
If it's not hooked, no. You release their vehicle, you tell them just move it out, get it off the property.
As the vehicle I was in, it was in the air. The guy called, I wouldn't get out of the vehicle, like my boss told me to stay in the vehicle. He called his boss, the boss said, drop it. So he just let the winch go. And I saw it again over at Mass General I was working. They did the same thing.
Well, I'm sorry that happened to you.
I mean, you know, the reality of it is nobody paid any money.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing against, I know you guys have a tough job, but it is what it is. I mean, it's a question that deserves to be asked.
Yeah.
That's
If it's
at
not
least my
hooked,
estimation.
if it's not hooked, we don't charge. We let them move it. That's it. Just move it. You know, not a big deal.
Oh, okay, it's on the hook. The guy refuses to get out and he refuses to pay. How do you deal with that?
If it's hooked and he refuses, like I said, I call Lawrence Police Department and I let them come down and mediate the situation. And we take pictures of that too. And we even record videos with our phone. Because now he says, oh, he kept trying to bring it up on the bed. I was in the car before that. Now we got pictures of the car that there was nobody in it before that. And we got a video of him getting in the vehicle. Now we're waiting for Lawrence Police to come. And then we wait. That's it, you know.
If I may, sir? I'm sorry, just to add to what Mr. Diaz, I mean, and that's definitely the best practice that you could engage in, obviously. When you have an unruly person that may not necessarily be in agreement with what's happening, obviously, you know, contacting the Lawrence Police Department, and we'll come and mediate the situation, and help, you know, bring about a resolution to the problem, you know, typically works. And a lot of, not only the tow companies, but that's what we want every business owner within the city, or every resident for all that matter, to contact us if they find themselves in a situation like that, or some, you know, where confrontation seems like it's inevitable. Thank you.
We're going to go to second round of discussions. I just asked the councilors to be mindful of this time. We've been on this now for a little while, so just be mindful. Councilor Del Rosario?
Thank you, Council President. To the Police Department, once we approve this ordinance, what will happen with the big baller? They only, you pay cash. Would they be affected, like Valley Towing, all those people will be in effect for them too? That they only ask for cash and all that stuff?
So, Council, what we're asking for is that if you are planning on conducting involuntary towing within the city, you have to register in the city, and therefore you have to abide by the rules set forth by the council, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor Rodriguez?
There is a few questions in regard, a legal question. There was something brought up by one of the vendors that is not section 40, that is section, it's not section 45, that is section 40 of the Mass General Law. So are we changing that without checking with the city attorney, or does it not?
The city clerk has actually quickly researched the answer. Clerk?
The point was that the current ordinance for towing is section 10.32.140. That is correct. That is our current ordinance number. That is not being repealed. So 10.32.140 will still be there for normal tows that are not trespass tows. In addition, there's going to be a new section called 10.32.145. Attorney Hooton gave it that number on purpose, like it's a new section. Sometimes he'll have us delete and add. We're not deleting, we're just adding. So the correct number is 10.32.145. That is correct.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure we cover that. Another thing that I wanted to bring up. Companies that are not located within the city of Lawrence perimeters, and they doing business in another city, but they get hired to provide those type of services within the city of Lawrence, are they going to obey by the same rules of the companies from here?
So they would have to, in fact, register to actually conduct that business in the city, sir.
And that's gonna actually, how are we gonna enforce these rules with the company when they have not necessarily comply with this ordinance, or they probably don't know about this ordinance that we're talking about this?
Are we talking about the companies from outside of the city of Lawrence? It's unlikely that we have too many companies that would actually, you know, venture into doing that. However, we could, the Lawrence Police Department could very quickly and very easily put out some sort of communication, and even have it distributed to throughout the DPU, the Department of Public Utilities, which is actually the body that governs the towing companies. So we could even have it distributed through them, so that way, you know, anyone and everyone is aware of the existence of the ordinance and the requirements.
As of today, how many companies we have providing this service in the city of Lawrence?
Sir, I got to tell you, until not too long ago, I worked the midnight shift, and this was, on the weekends, this was 2 and 3 times a night, just on my shift.
And another thing that I wanna ask, if a private company hire service of a towing company to get those services on their property, do they have to call the company before somebody gets towed, or they just feel free to pass by, and if they don't see a sticker or something, they just get those people out?
So when somebody wants, let's say I was to contract Company X, I would hire them to enforce the trespass, what the trespass rules are, meaning the vehicle's not registered here, or happens to be parked in a visitor parking, and or on a resident parking or something along those lines. That's it as far as enforcement. We had a situation, and I had mentioned it before, where a young lady's vehicle was taken because it had the registration sticker showed the wrong year. But ultimately, she had renewed her registration on the internet and was waiting for the sticker. Her vehicle was towed. That it wasn't a lawful tow, and actually the chief and myself ended up at this tow company and told them to return the vehicle.
That happened to me actually.
So
happened to me 14 years ago, and that was not right.
So we want everybody, and again, the majority of the companies are very good at it. We want everybody to obviously stay within the purview of what their task or their job is.
Yes. What I'm saying is, like, when I think abroad and I think about the trespassing law, it is a law that is enforced by the police department. So without a proper notification to the police department, it's like they are enforcing a law that technically, by law, they're not supposed to.
Right. So.
And then, I mean, I'm just wondering to know if there is any particular document between the owner of that building, the police department signing up, and the company, kind of like, you know, the three together. I don't know if that exists.
No, sir. So the way that it happens is the owner of the property, the person in control of the premises of the property, has to post signage. So you, as an operator or the owner of the vehicle, you have to know that you're not supposed to be there. So now, in the event of, like, say, it's like, you know, just your regular house as opposed to a complex, you call the police and you say, hey, somebody parked in my driveway, we'll come and remove that vehicle for you. We'll use one of our vendors. So this is a completely different. This is not a police sanctioned or a police initiated tow. This is a tow initiated by the owner of the property or by the tow company patrolling those areas. So there is no agreement. There is notice. So the person in charge of the property made sure that the people that would come into that parking lot know that they cannot park there. I think you wanted the floor.
May I just add something? So when one of these companies make a contract with a private property owner, they create a contract, and in that contract, I think that the answer is they can go and see a violation, or they can be called to come and tow a vehicle off the property because the owner noticed that this vehicle that is not supposed to be there is there. So it's flexible to how between the property owner and the tow company want to work this issue out. But as I want to make reference to Captain Montes, these signs for the tow company, sometimes they provide the sign, or the property owner can provide a sign notifying the individual that parking in this space, whatever it is on the property, is a violation and you will be towed at your own risk. And so therefore, the vehicle will get towed.
I think that, you know, somehow we should have some type of record that a specific building owner hired and a specific company for the police record, so they can know exactly, like, who is providing services at that location. Is that available?
So it does.
No, I know you guys enter a contract typically.
So they do notify the police. No tow company is allowed to tow a car, regardless whether it's through police initiation, right? Through, let's say, the two that do tow on public property, or the private tows that do the towing. They have to notify the police department. They have to give the information about the vehicle, where it was towed, what was the violation, and document all that, and then call us immediately before the tow.
No, I understand, and that's part of the ordinance. I'm just saying, within the contract situation, when they hire somebody, that they should notice the police, saying, we hire this company to do this service. Because I know that the company, once they get the vehicle and the violation, they need to call the police. That's within the ordinance here, which is good.
If I may, so one of the things that we're asking for is that when the notification to the police department is done, so the police department be informed of who authorized the tow. be it the property manager, be it whoever authorized it for that company to go out and secure that vehicle to be added to the log.
Thank you so much.
So the next, Councilor Levy has not spoken yet. Then we've got Councilor Russell, and I really do think we've been on this for, I think, over an hour. We're pretty close to it. We do need to move on. There's a lot of other business. Councilor Levy, you have the floor. You haven't spoken yet.
Thank you, Council President. My question is like we've been talking about the resident, we've been talking about the company, but also I know that we mentioned a little bit regarding business owner. How we are going to approach business owner to have the sign outside saying that parking, you can be towed in that area. So when you work with with a business owner, do you bring the sign and that's, or they provide the sign? Because it has to be a way also, okay? So for people, for the resident to know that this area is areas they park and the car can be towed.
Correct. Councilor Levy, so to answer your question, at least for our business, we usually do every 6 feet there's a sign. We provide our own signs because we put our logo so they know who's the company that took the vehicle. We have the business address and the telephone number as well. And we also put in what the trespass is for. So for example, if it's a fire lane, all the signs on that section is due for a fire lane. If it's because of, if it's tenant parking, our signs say tenant parking, trespassers will be towed at owner's expense. So us specifically, if you go to our properties have multiple signage. We have one actually on Jackson Street that has over 42 signs. So we make sure, and each entrance and exit must have a sign as well. And to answer Councilor Rodriguez's question, we also have agreements that are signed, and they have to be held in the tow truck for at least a week because they are going to call the cops on us. When the officers arrive, we show them the contract. Now they have the contract. They know who we are in agreement with, and everything is all set. Also, everything that the chairmans have put into this, it's all state regulated. I cross-referenced everything that was the different numbers and the different exhibits, and everything is state regulated. So everything that you have put into there, any company should know that already if they're doing everything by law, because you are just restating laws into Lawrence, but that's already state laws. Also, I brought in a copy of the DPU regulations. So if you would like a copy so you guys can have on file, that can also answer some questions when you furthermore proceed. Thank you.
So when you mention, when you mention that you have your phone registered and the sign that is outside on the parking lot, it's also saying that, the company is open 24 hours and they can get in touch with you.
For our company.
For your,
At
yes,
least
no,
for our
I'm just
company.
talking about your company. I don't know if there is a business that are doing business with different company at the same time.
At least for our company, we're open 24/7. I myself, I am in the office from 9 to 5. After me comes a gentleman, and then he does the night shift. And then anything after hours, like from 12 to 6, it's usually my husband because he, he's older, he's a gentleman, he can handle that. So that we have shifts, better said. Sorry.
Your colleague.
Thank
My colleague.
We're gonna wrap this up very, very soon. Councilor Russell has one very quick question, and then we're gonna call the question.
Thank you
Councilor
so
Russell?
much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Council
Councilor Levy.
President. Quick question is, the businesses that are availing themselves of this private tow service required to register with the police department? We'll say ABC Convenience Store, they're on the list. XYZ Funeral Home, are they on the list? And is Officer Cano, I assume you're still the business liaison, are you going to be checking to see that these businesses are compliant with the sign regulations?
Mr. Cano, that's your question.
They put me in the spot. Thank you for the title, Counselor. So the businesses will be required to register with the inspectional services through their permitting system, through CitizenServe, and that is also, we utilize CitizenServe in order to mitigate or have information about the company. They will not, when they do the application through CitizenServe, the fire department goes out, they check to make sure that the area that they're in is zoned properly. The police department, I also go and check the property. And I know both the companies that are here today very well. I've worked with them extensively throughout many months into before the pandemic. And also, I think that they don't necessarily need to register with the police department because they fulfill that obligation through CitizenServe.
The city does have a list of who is registered, and will you, I mean, I remember from about 4 years ago when I did the ride-along with you, you checked in with a variety of businesses as part of that junior police thing.
On their office, they should have all their certifications on the wall, which should coincide with CitizenServe, because when I look at CitizenServe, it'll show me all the documentation, whether it's the regulation from the state or their insurance, workers' comp, everything that has to do with the business itself. And these both companies are here, and they can testify to that. But I keep an eye on them.
I got it. So thank you so much, Counselor, officers. So there's a motion on the floor. There's been a friendly amendment that's been accepted by the sponsor. Seeing that there's no further discussion on this matter, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Counselor Levy? Yes. Counselor Dela Cruz?
Present.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes?
Yes.
Counselor Infante?
Yes.
Council Vice President Estela Reyes?
Yes.
Council President LaPlante?
Yes. The motion carries. There's no objection. The fire chief is here on the previous matter on the public hearing. I'll ask the clerk, and by the way, we translation services, the clerk is speaking slower today than she usually does speak, so that they can capture that we can capture it for folks in the audience. So if there's no objection, I'll ask the clerk to please read the public hearing notice for document number 13523, and that's no parking on Concord Street, section of Hampshire on both sides. Clerk? I will first look for a motion to dispense with the reading of the preamble.
Make a motion.
Motion made by Councilor Russell, seconded by Council Vice President Reyes. Is there any discussion? I'll have to, clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Infante? Yes. Counselor Reyes?
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario? Yes. Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President Estela Reyes?
Yes.
Council President LaPlante?
Yes. Did Councilor Infante vote?
I did not hear her.
Councilor Infante?
I voted yes.
Okay, clerk, please read the public hearing notice.
The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the, to be further amended by adding the following new paragraph to section 10.36.010 of the municipal code, parking prohibited on certain streets at all times, to be inserted in the proper alphabetical order. Concord Street, north side from the intersection of Hampshire Street, northeast 144 feet to the entrance of St. Mary parking lot. Concord Street, south side from a point at the intersection of Hampshire Street, northeast 134 feet to the entrance of the fire station. To the extent that there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Public hearing is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Councilors? Looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by the Vice President, seconded by
Waive the
Councilor
30 days.
Russell, and they included a waiving of the 30 days discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor
Yes.
Dela Cruz.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario. Yes. Councilor Selena Reyes.
Yes.
Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Council Vice President Estela Reyes. Yes. Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. We're going to move on because we have other people in the audience here this evening, all the way over to Budget and Finance. We have document number 15523. I'll ask the Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee to give the committee report.
Yes, the ordinance, the Budget and Finance Committee met, discussed item 15523, the payment of prior year invoice of $39,000, contract 6832. It was voted favorably. I would like to make that as a form of a motion.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. I see Councilor Infante's hand is up. Councilor Infante?
Council President, after this vote.
Very good.
This is 153, right?
This is document 15523. 15523. Any discussion on 15523? Seeing no discussion on this matter, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz.
Yes.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Councilor Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Councilor Infante, for what purpose do you rise?
I would like to make a motion to take item 5423 out of order, out of the Housing Committee.
Second.
No, no, it's not.
So there is no second to that motion. We're gonna deal with this, but we're trying to deal with the folks that are in the audience here first. We're gonna go with number 15623 with the budget chair. Please to give the committee report to 15623.
Yes, the item 156, 23, is a payment of prior year invoice of $123,000 for contract 6491. It was voted favorably by the Budget and Finance Committee, and I would like to make that as a form of a motion.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion? Councilor Infante, should I take your hand down, or do you want to speak on this matter?
My apologies. I did not hear what you said previously because the audio was cutting in and out. My apologies.
No worries. Let's do this roll call, and then I'll explain. If there's no further discussion on this, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez. Yes. Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes.
Yes.
Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Thank you. So that passes.
Council Vice President.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes.
All right.
So just so we're clear, councilors, before this meeting started, I went through the audience here to see who was here. I'm trying to get people out who are here. I'm going in order of there, and so that's what we're doing. So I'm trying to be fair and courteous and give people the time, but also get them out of here if I can. So that's the order that we're doing. So based on that, the next document is number 17323. Would the
Yes.
Budget Committee Chair give the report, please?
Yeah, the Budget and Finance met discussed item 17323, the transfer from retained earnings for the amount of $275,000 for next fiscal year. It was put together by Francisco Reina, our airport manager. We voted favorably to send it to the full council for the approval. I would like to make that as a form of a motion.
Motion made and seconded by the Vice President. Discussion. See no discussion. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Counselor Infante?
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes? Yes. Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President Reyes? Yes. Council President LaPlante?
Yes, the motion carries. The director of the airport approached me right before the meeting started this evening with something that is timely. We, as councilors, as you know, we are facing the end of our fiscal year. We are running out of meetings before the fiscal year expires. I'm going to allow the director here to discuss the matter that needs a facilitation and some quickening, and then we may need to allow, through an emergency, to allow it to come onto the agenda this evening so that we can give it to the committee so that it comes back to our next meeting on the 20th. So, Director, what's the purpose of this matter?
Yes, good evening, Council President and the City Councilors. The purpose of this meeting, or this request, is to approve a grant that the City of Lawrence received, or the City of Lawrence Municipal Airport, more specifically, received to replace a front loader that is in need of...
Director, I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit because those folks are not
yes.
keeping up with you.
I'll try to speak deliberately so that our translators could catch up. So the purpose of my presence here this evening is to approve or ask your support in a grant assurance of $208,000 and $208,800 that we received from the Department of Transportation Aeronautical Division for the purposes of replacing a front loader, which is 25 years. It is currently being, I'm trying to find the right word, halted based on safety and in major needs of repair. I applied last Wednesday, and today I received the approval from the state that we are receiving this amount. It represents 80% of the purchase price of $261,000, Council President.
So very good. So that is the issue, and I think the crux of the issue is that this needs to be voted on by this council prior to the fiscal year. So we do have a little bit of time, but not much. The issue before us is to get it on tonight's agenda, refer it to committee, the budget. What's our next step to this emergency and allow
Need to take a motion to suspend the rules and declare it an emergency, which will allow you to send it to subcommittee. You are not voting on it tonight, so,
I would like to make that as a motion.
okay.
Suspend the rules and declare it an emergency.
So there should be two, suspend the rules as one.
But you can take it as one vote, yeah.
One vote, okay. So there you go. So there's a motion to suspend the rules to declare this an emergency. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Levy. Is there any discussion on that motion? See no discussion, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Let me start the other way. Counselor Infante? I'm not hearing her. Counselor Selena Reyes?
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
Council President LaPlante?
Yes, so we have a document number for this. 21623, and I will ask the director to please provide to the to Teresa the information, the backup information, so she can put it in the packet for the budget and finance, which I'm not sure. Do you know?
Come to Monday.
Probably next Monday is the budget and finance committee meeting. So there you go. So thank you. We all set? You should be all set.
Yes, we are. I think we'll discuss in further details. The city clerk does have 3 copies. I think one could be handed. And so thank you very much, and I appreciate the
quick question for
explanation
the
on this.
formality of the other transfer of the 275,000. Do we need to waive the 30 days on the funds, and that way they can be able to?
So the question is, do we do the normal course of action, or there needs to be some sort of expedited movement on this?
For the purpose of the transfer, it just becomes ready for, again, we're moving it from our reserved account into the new fiscal year, so I don't think we need to expedite it. No, correct, 30 days would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
We're going to move on to ordinance committee. That you're all set, Director. Thank you for your patience this evening. Ordinance committee, which is what most people are here for, I think. We're getting there. Unfortunately, the first one might be a little long. Document 33622, this is the city charter, section 5.11 school committee, put on by our school committee and Mr. Guzman. Looking to the vice president and the chair of the ordinance committee to give the committee report.
Thank you, Councilor President. Document 33622, City Charter Section 5.11, a school committee, it has been put in the agenda by School Committee Jonathan Guzman. It has been sent out with the favor recommendation. No, that one was what recommendation? Favor recommendation to order public hearing, because we have to order public hearing. Yeah, to order a public hearing.
We have other people here.
So there's a motion on the floor. Are you?
Yeah.
Second.
To order a public hearing. It's been made and it's been properly seconded. We don't have.
So is an ordinance. Yeah.
So a couple things. Motions have been made. It's been so we're clear. It's been properly seconded. So the question that the chair has, because there's ambiguity, I want some clarity. I've read the materials, and I just want to make sure that when we send this up to the city attorney, that the city attorney has clarity as to what it is that they're looking to do. And there's no language that's been drafted yet for the public hearing, right, Clerk?
I don't have language.
Through you, Council President.
But I'm willing to take any advice and information that's helpful. Councilor Rodriguez.
We can we can order a public hearing with any item pending the documentation from the city attorney, in case there is anything. And that public hearing will not be published until we have that information from the city attorney.
So what this item is looking to do is to have a stipend. It doesn't say how much the stipend is looking for, have a stipend. It's looking to hire someone, but it doesn't say how much. It doesn't have any information on the hiring, on the budget. There's all this other stuff. So there's two components. If I'm just reading on what's in our packets. So what's in our packet is what I'm looking at. Now there's apparently more information that's been divulged afterwards, but it's not part of our packets. So I'm going to ask the school committee man out of courtesy for his position to come up and make sure that we are all on the same page here, and that the chair and the rest of the council is not confused, or we're clear. We're all on the same page.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I know you guys are on really tight on time, so I'll be quick. So this particular, I just want to be clear, because the ordinance committee did vote on this as a committee report based on my notes when I came here, and because we're dealing with the city charter 511, and the other piece is still on the ordinance piece. So when we're speaking about this particular agenda item, one of the big concerns that was before the ordinance committee, it was that the attorney of the city saw it as a budget request. And I guess the conversation that happened on the ordinance committee was, I believe this is a reorganization proposal. And that's why, at least to my knowledge, on the ordinance committee piece, it came up as a report. So many things are happening since then. I would have loved if the attorney was here today, like that he can clarify that. The attorney has received multiple information. On February 6, 2022, everything that was just mentioned that was not provided was provided. Amendments to ordinance, budget, information, how much money we should be getting based on a recommendation. The first letter sent on September 19, 2022 to the council to put this item on the agenda, specifically demonstrated the word reform, right? When you look at reform, that means the definition is clear to change and improve a law. And within that, there's recommendations, and where we as this body, with the capabilities and capacities that you have, like your attorney, who also, to the definition of his job description, represents us and has done a horrible job on responding to us in a timely manner when we request guidance as well, as he represents committees of the City of Lawrence and we're a committee of the City of Lawrence. With that, this information has been provided. I will recommend that this item is tabled, hopefully, and the chance that we can provide you this information. Through that whole conversation of the reorg, the school committee has sit down and basically looked at this. What is this reorg process? And where the school committee doesn't even have the chance within the ordinance of reorganization to recommend these type of proceedings. It comes directly from the city council, and it actually has language, and upon request of the school committee to do this, the city council can act. It's right on the language. We thought we were doing it correctly, and it went from a reform to a budget, and where the ordinance committee clearly requested the attorney to look, is this legal? Can we do this? And the response back was, this is a budget request. You know, spoke to the mayor, spoke to the school department, and they have told me, these are his words, they're not gonna fund this. It was not a budget request. It was a reorg request. It was a reform request. And the recommendations and where what we thought would be adequate or where funding should come from, knowing who is the body that puts the funding in there. But looking at the law, separating, and where we were able to provide the platform to become a well-rounded school committee and try to get the resources that we need to do the work that we need to do.
Quick question, Council President.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Who
And then
is
Councilor Reyes, Vice President.
Who is the body that is, that will, that, assuming that the reorganization goes through, who is that, the body that is gonna fund, or allocate the funds to these reorganizations once it's done?
So basically, when we look at the type of practice, this has never been done. We looked to see if there has ever been a school committee under the actual city or town. There's not. It's always easier it's just an easier process to be under the actual school, and where you're able to allocate funding for stipend through the city, because it cannot come from Chapter 70, and this is something that we need to get clear. Chapter 70 does not cover city governance, right? The process, stipend, it doesn't. So it has to come directly from unrestricted funding, which the city can provide. What we have, based on not seeing that ever happen, looking at different laws, we, at least on our end, haven't found anything that restricts us from doing this, because it has never been done.
Yeah,
that was what we were asking, at least in the ordinance level, what we thought that was being asked for the attorney to research.
No, my question is more like once it's done, because I mean, it could be done, because a reorganization had been done by this body before, on different departments and different committees, on different departments at least, for the City of Lawrence. So assuming that the reorganization could be done, everything goes through, and then there is a budgetary issue.
Yeah.
That, as far as I understand, only the mayor could potentially allocate funds, like he's the only one that can allocate funds.
Correct.
But the problem here is not whether or not they're gonna fund it, it's just the reorganization. So, just to be clear on the discussion, we're not asking the mayor now, fund this.
We put in
That's not-
recommendations.
That's not what we're asking, or what we pretend to do, because this is not within our power. that's the mayor thing. But I mean, I think that
There was never a budget
what that,
request.
the school committee member Guzman is asking is to research the reorganization and be able to provide another way of doing business at the school committee level.
And if I can, just a little piece, it's like when you look at how can you do reorganization, one of the things like it tells you clearly who can submit this. It's the city council, a member of the city council, the mayor, and a citizen based on citizen initiative measures of 9.2 section 9. But if you keep reading and looking at this, it clearly has 9.4 initiatives and eligible measures. And it says, none of the following measures should be subject to initiative procedures, proceedings related to the internal organization of or operation of the city council or the school committee. And the same 9.5 submission of proposed measures to voters. It says that upon the request of the school committee, if a measure originates from the committee and pertains to the affairs under the administration, and a special city election can be called. So, right, it has to come from this body. It doesn't come from us. It doesn't come from a citizen, because you're unable to use a citizen initiative measure to do this.
To you, I think that we have the item here. We have the intention of analyzing and research this. And by ordering the public hearing, we are in the process of doing that. I think it is not wrong what this body is doing, what the ordinance committee have done. And I think that we should proceed with that, ordering the public hearing, asking the city attorney specifically the reorganization, not necessarily what the money's come from.
So, there's one bit of ambiguity that's here. As the school committee member did correctly mention, he did mention the 3 ways for a reorganization to take place. And this is a reorganization that's been now sponsored, not by any members of the city council, but it is sponsored by the school committee. So on its face, this is, if this is a reorg, it needs to be submitted by either one of us, by the mayor, or by, and this is where it gets convoluted that the school committee member just talked about, the Citizens Initiative measure, which is rarely used, but it has been used in the past, but that's the way we do it. So there's some complexity here that I think we need to honor what the school committee member is trying to do. We need to honor our charter as well, and this is a complicated scenario. So at this point, I'm looking to the council vice president. Councilor De La Cruz, did you wish to speak first? Councilor De La Cruz.
Hi, Jonathan. As the city councils that we are, we organize that department. We need to be alert. Why? At this point, the school committee has no voice in what it needs to be said in the education of our kids. Then you have been elected by the people, and I think that it is the time, this is the time for us to make the changes that we need to bring. Otherwise, it's like an orphan institution in this city. At this point, we don't have a superintendent, we don't have a voice as a city, as a school committee, and then we let in the state to take over our public schools. Then what we're gonna do, how we're gonna bring those changes to life? When are we going to say, it is about time? The schools belong to the city of Lawrence, and we had to work on it, and we had to take ownership. And through the school committee is the best way to get the power for the Lawrence Public School to get back to the people in this city.
Thank you,
With that
Councilor.
is saying, I will put my name if you need to, because I think we're falling asleep. At this time, the state is the one directing the schools in this city. And we need to be proactive. We need to be alert. We need to care more. I think the city attorney, at the beginning, he was not the city attorney. Then we had to wait a long process. Now that he's the city attorney, we have to give him the time to be ready to answer the question that we needed, because the school committee is the heart of the schools. Then if we don't do anything about it now, when are we going to work on that? When are we going to give the power to the school committee, the people that we elected, to represent us at that level? Then I'm getting very scared about the decision that the state is making without the people from Lawrence. Then how many more things do we need to see to take over the school department? This is not about education anymore, but this is about people to help us decide what is the most convenient for the Lawrence Public School system in this city.
And I feel, thank you so much for that, because it's one of the things that we're pushing. Like, as you saw, Committeeman Lenny Rowe was here, and I want to acknowledge that, but he's a parent. And this is the type of key things that we need to measure, that the school committee, parents are trying to get involved, but unfortunately the resources are not here to help them be here, be leaders, be present, right? Because there's no resources. Professional development, we have to seek. How do you think that we are going to be ready ever? Professionally, we are doing that. We are seeking that. So you can see, like, using the different type of professional development that I've been seeking and are being awarded, I'm doing that work, and I'm so grateful that I'm getting scholarships to go to these, where we don't have that. MASC is about to have their conference. We cannot go to it because we don't got funding. So when the state says, oh, we're gonna give you the schools back, to who? You think it's responsible to give it back to a school committee that you haven't invested in since the first turnaround plan? Since the turnaround plan, you have failed to provide a professional development that does not stop. And these are key. I understand the piece that the president is mentioning, and I agree. Nobody did sponsor, no council member, and I did see that when I was reading the actual ordinance and section of the city charter. And the biggest thing that we want to make sure that is clear here is that under Chapter 69 1K, which speaks about the receivership, it clearly has language that says that we as the Lawrence School Committee cannot use or demand any resources that are under the control of the receivership under Lawrence School Committee, right? If our resources are not under Lawrence Public Schools, we're gonna be able to train parents, to have educational conferences, to ensure that they know what they need in order to advocate, to mobilize, to educate our committee members, and to ensure that they stay, that the turnover is not every 2 years we have somebody new.
I'm gonna look to Council Vice President.
So, Mr. Guzman, I think at this point, what we have to do is to table the item, just to make sure that we all can do our diligence, to make sure that you are gonna be on the safe side. So as you see and as you been working with, we just wanna be in your best interest on your behalf. So I'm gonna withdraw my first motion, which was approved. Yeah, so motion to table, document 336.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. No discussions on a table matter. Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Infante. I can't see her. Counselor Salinas?
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez? Noted as absent. Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
Council President LaPlante?
Yes. Did you get Councilor Infante's vote?
I did not.
Council President, I voted yes.
Matters tabled. Councilors, we are going to be taking another matter out of courtesy to one of our colleagues who is not doing so, as not feeling ill. So we need to take one item up. And so I'm looking to the Vice President at this point, who has an item that she likes to bring up this evening. Go ahead, Councilor.
So before I go forward with this item, I want to offer an apologies to the chair of the Housing of Committee, but this item has been brought up to my attention due to the timing. The applicant is running out of time based on the nature of the loan that she is applying. So if there's no objection, and by the way, we need 6 votes in order for us to discharge the item from the committee. So the first one is document 5423. I don't. This disposition of the real property located at 262 East Haver Street, Unit 12, Map 54, Lot 12. So that's the motion.
So this is not on the agenda, it is at committee, so you need to pull it out of the committee. That would be under Rule 6, Section 5E. With a 2/3 vote, you can pull the item out of committee. So the council will be making first a motion under Rule 6, Section 5E to pull the item up from the committee, and that will require 6 votes.
There's a motion to discharge. It's been properly seconded, I think, by Councilor Selena Reyes. Is there any discussion on the motion to discharge out of the Housing Committee? Seeing no discussion, Councilor Infante, did you wish to speak? I don't see her.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Council President?
I just saw your box light up, and so I thought you wanted to speak, but apparently I was mistaken. So I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez? Noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Reyes?
Yes.
Councilor Infante?
Yes.
Council Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez?
Present.
Okay. So you have the floor, Madam Vice Chair. Or
So- Yes, Councilor Rodriguez, when you were in the back, I was offering you apologies for us to take this item as an emergency. Due to the time matter, the applicant is running out of time due to the nature of the loan that she is applying, and that is the reason that we are treating this as an emergency.
I would like to call McCarthy to the floor, please.
There's a motion. There's a motion on the floor to declare this item an emergency for the purposes of adopting it this evening, although that's not the motion.
Is that allowed to discuss on that?
Well, first we gotta get a second. Is there a second?
Not a second.
The first step is we discharge it out of the committee. It's up here right now. So now, because we're gonna be looking to adopt it this evening, and it's not on our agenda, there needs to be an emergency motion to adopt it this evening. So the motion is to declare it an emergency based on the reasons that the representative already said.
The time of the nature of the loan that the applicant is currently at.
Okay. Discussion.
Second on that motion.
Motion is going to be to
Second.
approve.
I heard a second by Councilor Del Rosario. I feel like an auctioneer. Heard a second by Councilor Del Rosario. Now discussion.
Discussion.
Councilor Rodriguez.
All right. Couple of things. There is no way. This is complicated, people. Pay attention to this. This is probably a fraudulent activity. We found at the committee level a mistake. We want to correct it. Pay attention, people. want to correct it at the committee level. We request information at the committee level that was not provided. They were not the higher bidders. As a housing committee chair for 8 years, we, as a committee, haven't received the information. We have it here. We haven't have information yet at the committee level. It was submitted to the city council yesterday, right? Or before yesterday? Yeah. If we approve this today, that person is not a higher bidder. There is another person that is a higher bidder, and we're providing that information, we're providing this benefit to the wrong applicant until we review this information. I told at the committee level, I was very clear. Let's review this information and clarify the mistake that was made. Obviously, the mistake was benefiting somebody and was also affecting somebody else. I'm not doing this, people. The city of Lawrence have the famous of providing houses, property that belong to the city for cheap amount of money or free to a lot of people. That's not true. Since I've been in the council, we haven't dealt with that. If we find a mistake at the housing committee level, people, let's fix it at the level, let's back it up, and let's not make a fraudulent emergency thing. There is no way that that person could have a loan application if we haven't provide that, do the closing. We haven't picked that person as the winner of the bidder. We haven't picked that person as the winner. And at that level, they wanted to introduce the person. I say, no names, because we don't want to know who it is. We want to fix the issue first. Let's analyze this information at the committee level. And once we analyze the information at the committee level, we can back him up and send it over. That wasn't allowed. Because of the benefit of one specific person, we're declaring this as an emergency, people. This is serious. I'm going to make a shuttle objection at this point, and I would like to be recognized to shuttle object this vote, because that have to be a study by the committee.
Councilor President.
So we're hearing a charter objection. I'm asking the clerk if it's in order at this moment as opposed to the actual vote, which would be the next motion if it's declared an emergency, then we'd have a vote. So I'm not saying. So if you want to hold off, I know where you're going.
Yes.
If you want to have this vote right here, and you can be voted, well, I'm going to
Yes.
recognize you as a courtesy to everyone.
But, Councilor President, I was having the floor, and
We're
I
going to
want
let
to...
so here's how we're going to do this. It's very contentious. We're going to do a couple of things. We're going to allow the vice president to have a
Yes.
chance to speak. We are going, hopefully there's not many questions, and maybe, because there should be maybe at the next round, then there'll be a motion, probably a motion to approve perhaps, I'm going to presume. And then at that, there'll be a second. I'm going to see that there's probably going to be a charter objection, which will be in order, but I hope that the person, before he makes the charter objection, may allow other councilor colleagues to speak or ask some questions or whatever.
Of course.
You got the floor, Vice President.
So based in which information Councilor Rodriguez is acting in admitting that this was a fraud from the application?
mistake.
No.
Point of information, it was a mistake.
Yeah, hold on. I let you speak, and I didn't interrupt, and I'm expect the same from you, okay?
But
So,
I have procedures
listen,
that I can.
I am not gonna be
I have
taken.
procedures that I can
Yes,
impose.
but you mentioned it that we are doing this because we are planning to do a fraud, and I just
If we
want...
do that, point of
if
information.
We haven't done anything yet.
I'm going to, about
If we
3
do that, we
seconds,
do it
I'm
on
going to,
fraud.
is there a motion to
We-
recess briefly? Is there a motion to recess so we
No,
can
we
bring
have
it
to
down?
continue, it's too late, it's too late, I don't
need
think we have to.
I need to have some decorum in this chamber so everybody has a chance to speak uninterrupted. Councilor Rodriguez, you had a chance to speak uninterrupted. Council Vice
Thank you,
President now
Councilor
has her
President.
chance to speak.
So we have Mr. Cirillo, and we also have Mr. McCarthy. I just want you both come forward and try to explain, to make us to understand based on that information that we heard. And when did you submit this document that was requested at the housing? Friday.
Question for Mr. Cirillo. Mr. Cirillo, you have the floor.
Right, the documents were dropped off on Friday. Not today, Friday. And no meeting since.
Document?
Right,
Do you have?
correct.
So I want you to tell me, what would it be wrong for these applicants of the list that you have, that this one came the first auction?
Best use. One of information, Council President.
There is no such thing as
Council President.
there is no such thing as point of information. The individual is engaging in a
There is no
is engaging in a discussion with the person. You may offer.
Him to ask if it was a mistake at the Housing Committee. There was a mistake at the Housing Committee, and he is correct. The mistake was that the information with the person that didn't correctly complete the documentation was actually the highest bidder. The person who, the highest bidder, did not complete the RFP application. And very quick on that question. So, no.
The floor is held right now. We've got to keep some order. Everybody's going to have a chance to speak. Council, I'm going to come back to you. You're going to have a chance to say some more. But right now, it's the Council Vice President's turn. We will get back to you.
Continue.
Notice that afternoon, I was going over the package before bringing it over, realized the mistake, corrected mistake, provided to the council at the Housing Committee, and explained to the council that it was an error.
Still has the floor. I'm
So
gonna-
that, yes, thank you, Councilor President, but I don't think it's a need that you have to be back and forth.
Before,
because I did, yes.
before going on, Francisco Cirillo, 12 Methuen Street, Asset Office for the City of Lawrence.
Are you done?
No, I do
Okay,
have
you have the
more
floor.
questions. So after that mistake was corrected, right?
Correct.
So do you admitted that you made a mistake or?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So let's say, and this is the, hypothetical, we decided to approve this item. What would it be wrong or fraud inside of what we are gonna do?
Fraud, there's no fraud. One, there are criterias for the RFP. The person who won the RFP met the criterias. First-time home buyer, is going to live in the property, and is a first responder.
So, in another point of information about loan, I just want to leave something very clear. So when you apply for a loan, you get pre-qualified and you have certain amount of time to submit the document to be approved. So that has nothing to do with housing. That has more to do with the personal life of individual, how they want to proceed in this. So I just want to make sure that eventually he's accurate on saying that if we go ahead and approve this, we are making a mistake because it's a fraud. That's what I want you to clarify.
I believe you already said that this is not fraudulent. I'm going to go back, as I promised. First, no other councilors wish to speak. I will go back to Councilor Rodriguez, and then we're going to call the question on the emergency. And I know that you want to do what you want to do, and that will happen.
So, when we were at the Housing Committee, there was a list.
Monday.
There was a list that was provided,
Mm-hmm.
and that list have a higher bidder
Correct.
on the list. week and a half prior to the meeting, we received that list.
Right.
The day of the meeting, we received another list with another higher bidder.
Incorrect.
Okay, how was it?
You received the same list, but in the order it should have been, the highest bidder did not meet the...
With another winner, sorry.
No, no.
We
it's still
received the same list.
Same winner.
Let me go back.
Right.
We received a week and a half prior to the meeting, a list with a higher bidder and the potential winner of the property. During the meeting, at the same day, we received the second list saying that the person that was the higher bidder didn't complete the application because he didn't sign the application. He didn't sign the application, but he have other criteria. Perhaps he provide a check with his signature or her signature, I don't know who it is. He provide other information that make that person liable. It was a mistake found on her application, and that was noticed on a new list. Therefore, the higher bidder was not going to be able to be the winner.
So let me correct you.
Is that correct?
Let me correct you right there. The highest bidder did not complete the application.
By what? By doing what?
By not filling out the full application.
By not signing it.
Filling out the full application, which you have in front
But
of you.
provide you with a check.
Everybody had to bring in a check.
And that's
10%.
what I'm saying. At the housing committee, we said, before you provide a name, let us check this documentation, provide us with all the application of all the bidders. We're going to check this out. We're going to see if it was a legit mistake, the committee, and then we're going to bring it back and back up the person that was selected as the winner. But in the meantime, we want to check this out. All of a sudden, today, I receive this right punch as a chair of the housing committee. I received a right punch today here saying this is an emergency, we need to take him out at the full council level. That's upsetting because that's not allowing us to check if it was a mistake. If it was a legit mistake or if it was a mistake that could be just checked, or the fact that is an information that is probably wrong, we can, just for the transparency, we can definitely say, okay, look, we're gonna do the RFP process again. I received information that the reason why this person was elected, it was because of city resident. We didn't specify that on the RFP. But that was not unofficial information. I cannot release that information as of who provided to me. But it was doubt, it was a study that needed to be done, a research that needed to be done by the committee, and the committee was not allowed, and yes, it was a mistake.
Correct. And when you heard from...
Excuse me. If you want to go that route, knowing that it's a mistake, knowing that the committee is not reviewing the documentation as it's supposed to, doing something wrong, declaring this as an emergency because of somebody else's issue, not the committee issue, or not the city issue, because a person have issues with the lawn, and then we definitely doing the wrong thing. Listen, I've been on the housing committee for years, and everybody think up there that we actually give out things, and that's not right. That's not truth. This administration have not done it. Previous administration have not done it. I want to make sure that we, as a committee, back that up. But by doing this, we're not allowing the housing committee to be doing the work. I don't know any of the 4 or 5 applicants. And even if I know, then I'd be, first of all, reviewing the process and the due process. It's like, why bringing it up to the full council and not to the housing committee? So we can do the work. it is frustrated, to be honest with you. And if we're gonna go that way, that means a lot to a lot of people up there. We're gonna project an impression that we're not being transparent, because this is the part of transparency. Why bring it up to the full council? We have the documentation. The meeting is gonna happen on Wednesday. It's a matter of a week. It's a matter of a week. The difference is, guess what? Out here, it could be a possibility that it goes through without doing the research that we're supposed to do, which is reviewing all the applicants. But out here, we have time restraint. That's why it goes to committee. At the committee level, we have the time to review documentations and provide a recommendation to the full council. Right now, the recommendation that is coming out of the chair of the housing committee is that it is a mistake, that it is wrong. And if we vote that way, it could be something that can be interpreted as fraudulent.
What we're gonna do is this, just because, number one, I'm looking for a motion to go past 10 o'clock. Motion made, seconded by Councilor Selena Reyes. Discussion, hearing none, roll call.
Counselor Infante. Counselor Selena Reyes. Counselor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez. Yes. Counselor Russell.
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz.
Yes.
Counselor Levy.
Yes.
Council Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, Councilor Infante, your hand is up.
Apologize. Clerk, I vote yes.
At this point, this is what we're going to do. We're going to listen to uninterrupted Mr. Cirillo. Then we're going to allow the Vice President to have the final word. Then we're going to have a vote. Then there's probably going to be a motion. And at some point, there's probably going to be a charter objection. That's the way we're going. Mr. Cirillo, you got the floor.
So, one, we're not selling property cheap.
What?
We're not selling any property cheap. Mr. Housing Committee Chair is correct. Every property that we sell comes before the council. The price is already there before the council, so nobody's getting a property for $1, nobody's getting a property for $5, nobody's getting anything that's not within the assessed value. And for RFPs right now, what we state is the minimum bid is the assessed value. Does that guarantee that the highest bidder is going to be the winner? We also have to look at what's the best use for what the properties are. And I don't think I said that it was a Lawrence resident. I said the person's going to live for 5 years in the property, first-time home buyers. This particular person is also a first responder.
You did not say that.
So, in all fairness to Councilor Rodriguez, that never came out from my saying that is a person that is a Lawrence resident. Our future RFP is going to be geared that way? Yes, because we want to make sure that Lawrence residents are benefiting from what the properties that we have to offer for the cities and residents of the city of Lawrence. Does it guarantee that a Lawrence resident is going to be the person who wins the bid? No, because there's a lot of things that go in place with that. So with that, no property is being sold for cheap. Nobody's walking in and walking out with property. The highest bidder didn't fill out the paperwork correctly.
What we're going to do is this. I do see Councilor Dela Cruz's hand. Now, Councilor Dela Cruz, I'm going to go with, like I said, there's going to be another motion after we have this vote. I do expect there's going to be a charter objection, but I think that the gentleman will be gracious enough to allow you to speak prior to that. So I believe you'll have a chance to speak, but I do want to have this vote. I want to have the council vice president have the final word and then have the vote. Council Vice President, and then I promise Council De La Cruz you will have a chance to speak after the next
So I
motion.
just want to ask you a question, Mr. Cirillo. How much of this information that you have provided to us, it has been new to the Housing Committee, or this is completely a new package that you are submitting because they don't,
What
they
you have
didn't have?
before you is, and I'm sorry for interrupting, is the full RFP package for all the submissions.
What you're telling me, this package, it has been provided to the Housing?
On Friday. Friday,
Friday. So they didn't have this at the Housing?
no.
What did they have at the Housing Committee?
They had the request form that's on top. No, the one you had in your hand. No, the one you had in your hand. Cover sheet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they don't have no of this?
No. Just and to be clear, the process is brand new. There's no, so I'm putting it together as we're going through and making sure that we're getting the process correct. I talked with the housing chair, and anything that's requested from the council is provided.
When are we going to have the Housing Committee again?
Wednesday, I think.
Next Wednesday.
So I'm just going to ask a question to the applicants. Is something that she can wait until Wednesday? Due to all that information, yeah. So all that information that has been requested is because it has been requested, but you haven't submitted or filed before the meeting.
Correct.
I promised, I don't know what your intent is. We're about to have a vote on an emergency. Is that still going, is that still going forward?
I'm not gonna try to object it, I'm gonna let it go to see.
What
if
the next
things
motion
go-
is?
If things
Okay, I know.
go the way it is, then council are responsible.
I know we. All right, so we're gonna go ahead with, you do understand that. So we're gonna have a motion, the motion's already made, so for it to declare this an emergency, it's been made, it's been properly seconded, it's been discussed. And it has not been voted on, so I'm gonna ask the clerk to please call the roll to declare it an emergency.
What about if my question?
Yeah.
Council President,
So there's a,
my question go under.
there will be a
that.
question, that you will then have an opportunity to have a question on the matter, on this matter? Yes, there will be an opportunity. We're just gonna go through this vote first, then there's gonna be, and then I will look for you. I promise that will look for you.
The current motion is to declare it an emergency. Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor De La Cruz?
No.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Reyes? Councilor Rodriguez?
No.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Infante?
Yes.
Councilor Vice President?
Yes.
Yes, what's the vote on that? I'm now gonna look for a motion, and then I'm gonna look for Councilor De La Cruz to speak. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by the Vice President. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion? Councilor De La Cruz.
Make no sense to ask the question now. It make no sense. You already voted.
We vote?
On the emergency, okay. Mr. Cirillo, do you publicize the,
RFP?
yeah,
Yes.
in which media?
Eagle Tribune, twice, Roombo, social media, city website. I believe every councilor got a copy of the RFP, the radio station.
You think that people get information about that? Because I do
Actually,
hear
don't-
complaint about the process that these things are being done, where people in the community are not getting the information to be able to apply. Then if you have 5, 6, 7, 10 people applying, I would like to see 20, 50 people applying, because it's our city. The people are here. And I understand that not everybody qualify for the loan, but gosh, why we only have 5 people applying?
So, not everybody qualifies for loan, and the RFP process is completely different. And you have to have 10%, a certified check of 10% of your bid. The difference between the last time, this is the second time this particular property went for RFP, is because we didn't get any bidders because nobody wanted to live in the property. Everybody that came, it was a 1-bedroom, people just wanted to buy it and rent it. This time, I sent it out. The only difference I did this time was I sent it out to every counselor to send out to their contacts, and we got bids and requests for people to actually bid on the property. My door is open door policy. The only time I take appointments is if I'm not going to be in the office. Other than that, anybody that comes in gets the full information of what the process is. And that includes what it consists of RFP. Any property that's assessed at $35,000 and up automatically goes through the RFP process. That's chapter 30. That's not the mayor's office saying that. That's not the city council office saying that. That's the state saying that. We can't oversee state law. Any property that's under $35,000 can be a direct disposition to a person. But they also have to understand that if they're looking to build, one, you need the minimum of 5,000 square feet with 50 square feet of frontage. Most of those lots are going to be past 35,000 because it's a buildable lot. Anything under the 5,000 square feet that's not even close to the assessed value and is adjacent to a personal property of a person can be sold through the mayor's yard sale program, which is $1 square foot, which comes with huge restrictions, which means that for this price that you're paying, you're going to have to merge your lot with this lot, and you can only use it for green space, bigger yard, or parking. You can never build on it. You can't come back to me to come back to the council to say, we want to build a house now, because the restrictions are on the deed for life.
R2 or R?
Doesn't matter what designation. If it's a yard sale program, those are the restrictions that comes with it. Doesn't matter if it's a B1, doesn't matter if it's a R2, R3. If you got it bought through a yard sale program, these are your restrictions. So one of the different things that has been done is that I educate anybody that comes before me on what the process looks like. And I walk them through the steps. The only thing I don't do is sit with everybody and help them fill out the RFP, which will probably change. We'll probably have a workshop to make sure that everybody understands how the RFP process works. There's a conception that the highest bidders is always the best, what we should go with. No, the highest bidders is a great option, but if it's not the best use for the property, it's not the best use for the city, then the highest bidder is not the best use. So we have to go with what is going to be the best use for that property for the city. It's not what's the best use for me. Because when I sat through when we opened up the package, there was a group of us that looked at it, opened up the packet, looked, marked it down, and then we brought it before the Real Property Task Force and looked at what is the best use for the property. Not Frank Cervello picking what the property or who's the winner is. Not based on who's related to who or who's what. Based on the documentation that's in front of me. Councilor Rodriguez is correct. It's about being transparent, and that's what we strive to do. There was an error done on the paperwork I submitted, and I corrected the paperwork because I put the actual person who won as the person who did not fill out the paperwork. that was corrected because I didn't notice it until 3 o'clock that afternoon before coming to council. With all due respect to Councilor Rodriguez, he tried calling me over the weekend, but it was the weekend, and one of the few times I actually spent with my family before everything goes. And I will apologize because I don't have my paperwork with me because I'm coming from a different meeting now. But that is,
And what happened at the meeting? What did I say to you?
you said to submit you the packets. I did. And we
was
were
the
going to
reason
discuss
why?
it at
Why did I
the
request
next
it?
housing meeting.
To review it, right?
Right.
And to back up the decision, right?
Correct.
This is, the Counselor Dela Cruz has the floor. She's asked, she's been very patient. And we just can't just run roughshod over her. Counselor Dela Cruz, you
I'm
have
sorry,
the
the
floor.
counselor.
Are you still? Oh. Yes, you have the floor.
I'm sorry.
Continue.
Go ahead.
My other question, how can we have that information more accessible to people? Because I understand that they have to go through,
The list of properties?
you know, people are saying, I can buy a house for $1. I wish, you know, but maybe what people need to be educated in the process that you guys are using.
So one of the things, and you're correct, we need to educate the public and the residents of the city.
And we have the library, you can do workshops.
We're going to
People
do a
don't come.
workshop on that, but, and, Council President, a little leeway, please. I'm going to ask the Housing Committee Chair, or any counselor here, have you seen a property that come before you that I'm selling for $1? Have you seen a property that came before you that I'm
People
selling
have bought
that
houses
come with $5? You have?
They have,
From me?
but they have people.
Okay. I'm saying from me.
There are people in
No,
this city.
from me.
But there are people in this city buying for
There are
$1.
people saying that, but have you seen any property that came from me that said, I'm selling a property for $1? Selling property for $5? I mean, if you say yes, then I'm gonna have to go back and look at my paperwork and look at the council notes because there's nothing I sell that's for $1.
No one's saying yes, Mrs. Cirillo. Continue with your answering the council's question.
The only properties that go sell for $1 is $1 a square foot of the property, which, based on the property, could be $3,000, could be $2,000, but you have a limited property use because that property is going to be merged with your property. And that doesn't mean you come back to me and say, now I want to I want to build a house because it's big enough to build a house. No, the restrictions are there for life.
You set? Anybody else wish to speak on this item?
Yes, I would.
Counselor Rodriguez?
I would like to go back to that meeting at the Housing Committee. All this information that was provided to us on Friday was to be discussed at the Housing Committee with the main point of having the committee back up the decision that we can recommend to the City Council to do the disposition to any of the people there. I'm seeing the document here, and I'm seeing many things that are, obviously this was done by hand, anybody could make mistakes, but I'm seeing that the number 3 on the list of the by hand documents, or write by hand documents, I see that the person was, the deposit amount was right, the sign-off was right, the check was right, and the copy was right. But it have an X next to anything, like it was no reason to disqualify that person of $110,000, $1,000 more than the current person that we're actually giving out the property. Third person down from the list.
Third person down was buying the property for her son, not for herself.
Okay.
So the highest requirements was first-time home buyer, is going to live in the property for more than 5 years. The next one was 3 years, owner occupied, and that was owner occupied 3 years, owner occupied less than 3 years, and invest in property. Third person down was buying for her son, not for herself.
Okay.
So it was
and,
not going to be owner occupied. She was not going to
Is
live in
that, is that here on this package?
Yeah.
You see why the housing committee was requesting this information? Because we want to analyze every X that we have on that list as of why we disqualify 4 people out of 5. And we wanted to see the package and go through each one of them and be able to back up that X, saying, okay, we have an X on this person, okay, that's for these reasons. And that's the housing committee job to do, and duties to perform on behalf of this committee. I don't know who was the idea of bringing this up to this level without us doing the work. We want to back up the administration by doing the work. I never say, and I will never say it until I actually prove it, and I'm not looking to prove it, that this administration have ever sold a property for less than what the law says. Neither one of the previous administration either, that I have served on that committee for 8 years. But by doing this is something that trigger questions at the public. The housing committee was not able to do the work. We have a package, 5 people bidding on a property, 4 got an X. We wanted to see why, and we were not allowed to. We were not able to because we declared this as an emergency, because somebody have a problem with a loan. That's our question marks that we actually, people can raise. And listen, I was planning of doing a charter objection on this, meaning that we can keep it for 2 extra weeks and find out about it. But if the council desire to go ahead and do this, hey, it's not going to be my reputation that is going to be in the line. It's not going to be my reputation to be in the line. And maybe people are going to be asking questions as of why we did this, but not to me. By me holding it up at this level, I think the only way that I can see me holding it up be worth it is if we can at least take the time to review the package. We have 4 bidders, 5 bidders, 5? 4 X's.
4 bidders, 1 didn't make the minimum bid, 1 is not a first-time home buyer, the second one is an investor. The other 2, 1 is actually going to live in the property, first-time home buyer, first responder, so she also qualifies for the HEROES program through the city. And the other one didn't fill out the paperwork.
And that's all here.
That's all there.
Did you provide all that information to the housing committee?
No.
No. Thank you.
You asked me
You
for
provided, I asked for it, you definitely provided on Friday. And we were highly appreciative of that. But by bringing this up here, because the vote are there, that screwed up the whole process. That screwed up the whole process. Why? Why doing that? We have a bunch of bidders. We wanted to see who is disqualified, but now we're not able to. Right now, the councilors are going to make a determination and we're going to take a vote without reading me. Because the housing committee did not went through. And I think it's fair for the public that we take a vote based on information provided by the committees. We haven't done that. I hope that a higher up office might take a look at this. Let me go back to the disposition. I mean, to the, when we, as on the housing committee, voted to actually declare this property as a surplus. You know what was one of the point that we were gonna do with this property? That we're gonna sell it to the higher bidder. I encourage you to look at the video because the video will tell us why this committee voted in favor on the declaration of the surplus with that on the discussion that we were gonna do the disposition to the higher bidder. The higher bidder, I don't know who it is, the higher bidder, I don't care. But it was a mistake that the higher bidder have all the steps done correctly for 2.5 weeks before the meeting, and at 3 p.m. you find a mistake and you provide another list. Since you provide a new list, we say, let's check all the documentation. And once we check all the documentation, we can definitely certify that what was provided to the housing committee was correct. No doubt about your job, nothing about you. We know personally for a long time, and I know that you will never do something like that. But as a city council, I need to do the work. And we, as in the housing committee, need to do the work and provide information to this body. That was not done. This is the first time I see this. Because the housing committee is supposed to happen in 10 days, and 9 days, 8 days, next Wednesday. So that was not analyzed. So I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. I'm not gonna do the charter objection. I'm gonna let this thing goes. If the city council members would like to be, to the housing committee to analyze this, the council president could definitely send it over, could be tabled, and could be done many things to be able to analyze the information, back it up, and be open to the public and say, yes, we all certify that that information, that mistake was corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anybody else wish to speak? If not, I'm going to look to the...
Call the question. I think we got enough information for today. I can make the motion. Motion to approve.
Made, and it's already been properly seconded. I just want, I have a question or two that I want to ask before I take this vote. Because of the way that this argument has been framed, I think it's important that I feel comfortable with my vote this evening. So my question is that in quickly looking at that sheet, there's many other people who have more funding, but then you explained that there was a hierarchy, the first-time home buyers over X number of years, 2, 1, 2, 5, et cetera, investors and all that stuff. What I'm hearing from the vice president is the person that was selected, and the selection took place based on all the metrics that you've already identified, right? So this was going to be what you are proposing to the housing committee to be the number one applicant, is the one that the council vice president, the motion is, we have to restate the motion, by the way, to include all that. But what I'm also hearing tonight is that if this person is the first selection of the administration, and I understand the process of the housing committee, that this person that's the first selection may, if we don't vote on it this evening, that there's the potential of that possibility failing because of lack of financing. That's what I'm hearing. If I'm incorrect, I'd like to hear from either you or from the vice president, who apparently knows more about this than I do.
That could most likely be possible, but my thing for having, if I was to have this here, is because we're on the verge of losing the condominium. There's a lien based on condo fees that haven't been paid. They're waiting off to see if we pay off, we sell the property, and we pay what's owed on the condominium. This is, before I got on, we had already lost one because of condo fees. Condominiums are different than any other properties we have because we actually lose money on those. Why? Because somebody still is responsible for the condo fees. So to me, that's the highest priority. Yes, we have an applicant that, my understanding is in the process of financing and losing it. Because one of the other things is, not only that you put 10% certified check and thing, but you also have to explain and put your finances together to be able to finance the project if you don't have a cash offer. And on top of that, technically, it's illegal to make a cash offer. You still have to go through a bank or certify where that money is coming from.
So what I'm understanding, just so I'm clear, I want to reiterate this. 2 points then. I thought it was one, but there's two. One is that the number one person that the Housing Task Force has sent to the council is then possibly the chance of that falling through because of lack of financing. Yes. Number two is because of the circumstances surrounding condominiums, and I'm not an expert on this, but you make it sound as though that there's an urgency in getting this done, because if it's not done in a timely manner, then there's essentially funding that somebody, perhaps the city, is losing. Am I understanding that?
So is losing money because we have to continue paying the condo fees.
Okay, so we're losing money the longer we delay this thing out? Okay, so there's two reasons why we're doing that this is coming up. So that's, just so I'm clear about why we're doing this, or potentially doing or not doing this. All right, now I'm okay. I'm okay. Seeing there's no further discussion on this matter, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
The question back into the record.
Please,
I have a motion.
Mr. President, I would like to share objected. So recognize my motion, my objection. Once you read the proper motion, I will share objected.
So the motion is to approve the disposition of 262 East Haverhill Street, Unit 12, to Julissa Santos, a first-time home buyer, with the conditions that it be owner-occupied for 5 years, enter into a P&S with the city within 30 days, and then we comply with 6 months.
Please, clerk, you have the floor, please.
Comply with all conditions within 6 months, and the sale price is established at $107,000. That's the motion.
Motion made. Second.
Charter objected.
The gentleman from District D has charter objected. This motion is now dead until the next full city council meeting on June the 20th.
Yeah. After he's saying that he's not going to do a charter rejection.
It is done. We're moving on.
Mouse.
It is a joke. It is a joke.
It is a joke.
It is
It is a joke
It
from
is a
you.
joke.
Can we continue?
All set?
You're good. Thank you.
I'll get a rejection.
That's within my right.
We're moving on to the next one is document 15923, More Than Conquerors, who have been here for 3 hours now. Committee report, please, on document 15923. 59. Have a seat. You're not.
Okay.
So document 15923 has been sent out with the favor recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Councilor Infante's hand is up. Councilor Infante.
I was trying to make a motion to move this out of, are we talking about 150-23?
If that's the real estate one, that one has been charter objected. If that's a
15023, she's talking about the appointment.
we haven't gotten there yet. We're dealing with the people that are in this room first, and so this one is with 15923. Motions have been made and is properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz. Noted as absent. Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Reyes. Selena Reyes, noted as absent. Councilor Infante.
Yes.
I hear you, yes. Great, thank you. Council Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Next, is 161 still here? Yoga in the Park, is that person still here? We're going to move on to 162, still here? 162, Summer Resource Fair? Good. Committee report, please, for 162.
162 has been sent out with a favorable recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
Made, seconded by Councilor Russell. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
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 Councilor Selena Reyes noted as absent. Councilor Infante?
Yes.
Councilor Vice President Reyes? Yes. Councilor LaPlante?
Yes, the motion carries. Next document's Rock the Block. Are you still here? Yes. Would you please read the committee report for 16323?
So it has been sent out with a favorable recommendation, and I make this a formal motion.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Infante? Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz noted as absent. Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President? Yes. Council President LaPlante?
Yes, the motion carries. Last one for this time is Dia de Clamor Dios, the Camping
Dia de
Young Common.
Clamor.
You're still here? Are they left? Document 64? Not here? Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to run to 150. I'm looking to this chair of the Personnel Committee for document number 15023.
15023 is the appointment of Ramon Queseda to the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority, brought to us by Mayor DePena, and that was brought up from the Personnel Committee with a favorable recommendation. And we do have Mr. Queseda here with us tonight. And I just want to quickly say I apologize to our council members and Mr. Queseda and everyone there tonight. I'm usually there at the meetings, but tonight I had a family matter, which is why I am remote tonight. But I would like for Mr. Quesada to say a few words on why he would like to join the Redevelopment Authority Committee.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion. Welcome. Go ahead. You got.
Good evening, councilors. Good evening, Mr. President of the City Council. My name is Ramon Quesada. I have been a resident of the City of Lawrence since 1986. I have gone through the local school system here. I've walked pretty much every space in the city. I own a business, as you can see from the information that I submitted, where I hire a couple of hundred different personnel locally here in the city. I want to make a difference. I've been given a lot of opportunities. My family has been given a lot of opportunities since they first arrived here in the early 70s. And I feel I can make an impact in, changing some of our residents' and neighbors' lives. So I welcome the opportunity to possibly serve it at the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority.
Thank you. Are there any other councilors who have questions or comments regarding?
I have a comment.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Ramon, I'll see you on Saturday on the basketball game. Thank you for serving.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? We're running out of members here. If not, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz noted as absent. Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Infante? Yes. Councilor Vice President Reyes? Yes. Council President LaPlante?
Yes, the motion carries. Congratulations. Talk to the clerk to get this sworn and stuff. I also want to, I was reminded or actually informed by the administration earlier that there are some requirements and some trainings that need to be adhered, and there's a certain amount of time, some professional development, as well as things that are going to protect you as a special municipal employee that's going to be acting in the fiduciary responsibility on behalf of your redevelopment authority. And so I urge and encourage you strongly by law to go ahead and take the required training courses and go above and beyond if you can. There's other things as well, and there's websites as well to provide that. So I just want to make sure that you're doing that. And I've also been informed, and I just want to put this on the record as well, that there are 5 members of the LRA, and there's one part that is a member that's a person that's selected by the administration, the governor's office. And so in this particular case, I am told that there is a law that says that if something lies dormant in the governor's office, or that a selection, then that default is that it brings back to the locality to then fill that seat. So that's my understanding. That's what we're voting on this evening. That's why you just been confirmed here by this membership. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilors. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to go back to public hearings. Document number 130. Oh, I'm so sorry, Councilor Infante. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first, Mr. Casada is walking away. I wanted to say something when he was there, but.
He's coming back to you.
I just want to say our equipment in the council chamber, this is like one of the first times that I am remote. It's horrible, so we need to do something about it. The audio has been coming in and out the entire time. And when I voted yes for Mr. Casada, it was actually cut off. So I just want to make sure that the clerk has my yes vote. Thank you. And secondly, what I wanted to say during discussion is that I do want to make it a point that Mr. Casada is a very busy entrepreneur and businessman. So the fact that, Council President did make it a point of the requirements that he needs to do this job. And the fact that he is willing and able to do this says a lot about his character and what he looks for our community and where he wants to see our city moving forward. So I just want to say thank you to him and thank you for your willingness to serve our community.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate it.
You're so good. We're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My colleague, do you want to take, we're going to go back up to the top of the agenda as a courtesy. Document 137 is a public hearing. We've already dispensed with the reading of it, so it's 13723, proposed ordinance prohibiting obstructions of sidewalks. When you're ready to read the public hearing notice, let us know, clerk.
Document number 137-23, the purpose of the hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Lawrence and be further amended by adding the following subparagraphs to Section 12.12.015 of the Municipal Code, blocking sidewalks prohibited. Blocking sidewalks prohibited. It shall be unlawful for any person to block any public sidewalk by obstructing the sidewalk so that it becomes necessary for pedestrian to leave the public sidewalk and walk on adjacent property or on street. Sub B, no person shall park or place an automobile, vehicle, tractor, or implements of any nature to obstruct or block any portion of a sidewalk. Sub C, a permit for sidewalk obstruction, no excavation, is required. Permit fee of $100 plus 50 cents per square foot obstructed. Permit is for 30 days and must be renewed if extended beyond the 30-day period at the City of Lawrence Department of Public Works. Sub D, any applicant for a sidewalk obstruction permit, no excavation, shall comply with the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices for Streets and Highways, UMTDC, TCD. Failure to comply with the MUTCD will result in the project being shut down. Pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicular traffic must be protected at all times. Pedestrian ramps, hydrants, and curbs must remain unobstructed at all times. 72 hours advance notification is required to abutters or users if utilities are to be interrupted. Any contractor requesting a sidewalk obstruction permit shall provide a sketch of the MUTCD compliant work zone as part of the permit application. Subsection E, violation of the above ordinances shall be in the amount of $100 a day for any construction obstruction, plus $100 for any other violation. This ordinance shall be enforced by the City of Lawrence Inspectional Services. To the extent that there exist any ordinances to the contrary, they are hereby repealed in that respect only. Persons wishing to be heard shall be afforded the opportunity.
Public hearing is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Councilors? Looking for Councilor Rodriguez, it's your item.
Motion to approve?
Motion made, is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz is noted as absent. Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Council Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, the motion carries. Councilors, I know we're folks have got other things going on. The very last item is a late file before we start losing too many people. Document 21523. I'm looking for a motion to allow the late file to be on tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Motion made, is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz is noted as absent. Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Yes, that item is probably going to go to the ordinance committee. All right, thank you, Councilor Rodriguez. I'm going to bring Mr. Dominguez here. There is nobody left really in this chamber, no offense to our season ticket holder, but I don't see a need for you to be here anymore. I guess just for all, I want all my colleagues here to hear this. I mean, right time, what time is it now? It is 10:41. It's 10:41 right now? Okay, so are we paying you until 10:30 or 11 o'clock at this point? How does that contract run?
The contract, like it was written, that we will be charging for every half hour of fraction.
So we're paying till 11 o'clock at this point?
Until 11 o'clock at this point.
Okay. I still don't think there's a need for him to stick around till 11 o'clock. If any counselors object, don't object, we're good.
Yes.
All right, so you're all set? So a successful evening? Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. We'll do a postmortem later. Back to the top, Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance Committee. We actually have a couple. Who's the vice chair? Vice chair of the Budget and Finance. Are you prepared to give document 15320? Are you prepared to go with Budget and Finance or not? All right. We'll just go in order, makes it easier. Go ahead, Counselor, Vice Chair.
So item 15323 is the authorization to spend the grant funds in the amount of $50,000 from the earmark grants. Deli Gonzalez, Director of Park and Recreation, was sent to the full council with favorable recommendation. And I do it as a formal motion.
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, Want to ask the clerk to please call the roll?
Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz is noted as absent. Counselor Russell?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Noted. Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Counselor Infante?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President?
Yes.
And Council President LaPlante?
Yes, the motion carries. I'm going back to the Vice Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee for document 15423.
Item 15423 is the authorization to expend grant funds in the amount of $170,000 from the earmark grants by Marta Velez from the Health and Human Service. Was sent to the full council with favor recommendation and do it as a formal motion.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice President. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll. Clerk?
Counselor Infante?
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez? Absent. Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz noted as absent. Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
Council President LaPlante?
Yes, the motion carries. That is it for Budget and Finance. Back to ordinance. Top of it is Bailey Street, number 14523.
14523 Bailey Street temporary closure has been sent out with favor recommendation. And I
Second.
make that as a formal motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call. Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Levy?
Yes.
Counselor Dela Cruz noted as absent. Counselor Russell?
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez noted as absent. Counselor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes noted as absent. Counselor Infante? I'm not hearing you, but I'm guessing it's yes? Your mic is, yeah. Council Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes, the motion carries. The next document, Councilor Infante, that was your item. Is there anything you wanted to say?
I just thank you for the opportunity, Council President. I just want to say thank you. I have been involved as well as other city officials and the administration with this item, including our fire department, police department, just to ensure that this project or situation will be run as smooth as possibly. Nothing is perfect, but I do want to say to my colleagues that we have all done our due diligence to ensure that everyone is on the same page and everyone is aware of what is going on with this. So I thank my colleagues for the vote.
Very good. The next item is to document 15823, Madam Chair.
I think it's June. Yeah, June. No. We didn't? No.
I think that they already changed the day.
No, but it's May 20 and well, let's assume that it's June 20.
It's May 20th through the entire application. I'm looking at it right now. It's May 20th, May 20th, May 20th.
Motion to withdraw because
It doesn't make any sense. Is there a motion to withdraw? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor De La Rosario. Discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Infante?
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez is noted as absent. Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz noted as absent. Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President LaPlante?
Yes, motion carries. Document number 16023.
Curling baby shower, Manchester Street, Councilor Del Rosario, this is gonna be happening in your district. Make sure that you can be part of that. That's gonna be happening actually this coming Saturday. So we all are invited. I can go and join you, but this is gonna happen in your district. It has been sent out with the favor recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion, Councilor Del Rosario? No discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz is noted as absent. Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez is noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Council Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, motion carries. Next is 16123.
Yoga in the park common on Saturdays, from noon to 1 p.m., starting on June 10th through September 30th. Invited to participate, which I'm gonna be part of that, so I make that the formal motion.
Motion made. Seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Absent. Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez is noted as absent. Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz noted as absent. Councilor Levy. Yes. Councilor Selena Reyes, Council Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes, motion carries. And that's it for the Ordinance Committee. Back to the last item in the Personnel Committee. I look to our chair, Councilor Infante, for 14923.
The last item for the Personnel Committee is item 14923, appointment of the first Assistant City Attorney, brought to us by Attorney Hooten. The Personnel Committee has brought this up to the full council with an unfavorable recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
The attorney sent a letter, and I just want.
I think we actually have to name the individual that's here. So the individual is Charles Body. That's the individual of unfavorable recommendation.
The correspondence that we received from the city attorney simply reads, I'm asking the council not to approve the candidate for first assistant. We have been unable to come to an agreeable contract, and I believe he has taken another position. It doesn't name him, although we do have an application in the package for Attorney Charles Body. So
It's pretty obvious.
I do think you should name him in the motion only because there's,
He was the nominee.
yeah, he was the nominee.
Okay, so the motion is to send Charles Body's name with an unfavorable recommendation. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Council Vice President. Any discussion on this matter? Seeing none. Unfavorable recommendation, so that means that this applicant doesn't.
You want to vote to reject the application, or?
I just want to make sure we're clear on this, right? Unfavorable recommendation. We rarely do unfavorable recommendation. I can count like on one hand the number of times we
The
do this.
language that the attorney uses is a motion not to approve, so I would make a motion not to approve.
Did you hear that, Councilor Infante? The recommendation, Councilor Infante, is to make the motion not to approve. Would you just amend your motion to state that?
Amend the motion, I'm sorry, Council President, I did not hear what you, amend the motion to what?
Not to approve, not to approve.
It broke up again.
I'm going to say it 3 times. Hopefully one of them will work. Not to approve, not to approve, and not to approve.
Correct. My apologies, correct.
So that's the motion, not to approve. And it's properly seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez Noted as absent. Counselor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Counselor Salinas. Counselor Infante.
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
Council President LaPlante.
Yes. The motion not to approve passes. Any tabled matters? Seeing none, we'll move.
Yes.
Oh, we do have one.
I would like to take it out of the table, item 11018, that is been in there since 2018. So, okay, so, motion to take item 11018 out of table.
By the Vice President, discussion? See no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Infante.
Yes.
Counselor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Counselor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Counselor Rodriguez is noted as absent. Counselor Russell.
Yes.
Dela Cruz is noted as absent. Counselor Levy.
Yes.
Counselor Estela Reyes, Vice President. Council President LaPlante.
Yes, motion carries. Counselor Levy, what is the, do we have?
You all have that in your packet.
So what is the underlying motion? Did we have a public hearing?
We already had a public hearing.
it's been- public
Yes,
hearing
so
was
we don't need a
closed?
public hearing, they just only to approve.
Public hearing was closed, and then did the was there a motion at that point to approve?
Yes,
And then somebody at that point made a motion to table, is that where we are?
yes.
So there's currently already a motion to approve before us.
Sorry. Document 110-18 is Haverhill Street, a one-way between Prospect Street and Fulton Street. It is an open public hearing that's been open since August 21st of 2018. It's noted as a open public hearing on your agendas, and it's noted as an open public hearing in the vote document that I have also. So it's definitely an open public hearing, so you would want to close the public hearing and then take the vote.
The guidance from the clerk is it's an open public hearing, to close the public hearing. So, the public hearing is now open. Anybody else wish to speak? Nobody wishes to speak? Public hearing is now closed. Now, we're looking for a motion.
Motion to approve and waive the 30 days?
Second.
Motion is made and properly seconded. The chair wants to use a little bit of a privilege here, just about process. This is 5 years old. There are people sitting around this dais who weren't on the council when this thing was introduced. The concern, and I'm not saying we should be blocking it, please, but I just want us to consider this. If something has been there that long, are we doing the public justice? There's people who have been moved out of that particular street. On not just that item, but many of these items. Things have gotten stale. And I think what I would like to do at some point is to, when things are there for as long as they are, we need to reintroduce them because things change over time. And I'm not saying that things have changed here, but I know that our membership has changed since 2018. I know that. So I say that because I'm a little leery about approving something. It's not my district, it's someone else's district. Maybe they think they're going to speak on behalf of it. But I think our best practices would be on many of these that we take them off, reintroduce them, and make it fresh again. I just offer that, not as a block, but as a consideration.
Council President, the city engineer, so a couple of other city engineer has been passed in doing like the study on this, you know. It's just a little street, so if you go by and you're gonna see you know, how dangerous is that, that route in there, just getting like from that Hebrew Street to the top of the Prosper Street. It's the visibility in there. It's almost every day that we have. I will not say that we maybe have, how do we say, a car that is getting, you know, it's getting, but we are having a lot of problems right in there. So yesterday, inclusive of yesterday, I expect, so the engineer, he went there and he sent a letter and said that, you know, that he agreed to make it that little piece of street, okay, in just only one way. We walked, and then I came back like yesterday, and I spent almost an hour with the engineer, walking all of all around, you know, and looking every single thing that it happened. So, and he said, still, I felt, you know, that yes, that we should make it that little piece of the street one way because all of the problems, he said, I can see all the problems. And the times that we went, it was not like at the time, like when a school, people from the school is getting out, or people from work is getting out. So it was practically a regular hour, let's say, like by 1:30, that is the time that we went, and still we had a lot of trouble, you know, seeing people in there. This is a very, very dangerous street, that little piece. So he mentioned that he want like the one way has to be getting up from Hebron to Prosper, because Prosper Street is a two-way getting to highway. And that is gonna alleviate the transit right in there. Principle for a school and for everybody getting out from that little area in there.
Council President.
Councilor Del Rosario.
11018 Haverhill Street, one way between Prosper and Haverhill?
It's a typo. It's Fulton and Prosper.
Was family, the Family Health Center was there when they proposed this? Because I mean,
The Family Health
that's a
Center
clinic.
practically is on the corner. It's down, it's down there.
Okay, but I mean, was it the traffic 5 years ago the same as it is today with the traffic in the clinic? Would it affect the clinic?
Sure, in the, I don't know, in your packages, we got a most recent update from the city engineer and the DPW. They sent us they went out and re-reviewed it on May 23rd, so just to be more, I absolutely think those were the two things I wanted to check, was did the public hearing notice even say the right street, which it does, it says Fulton Street, and then was it still so stale, and the DPW and the city engineer went out again on May 23rd to verify that they felt that this was still appropriate.
Yes.
So, but those were my exact questions too.
Any further discussion on this matter? None. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz is noted as absent. Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Rodriguez is noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Infante. Councilor Estela Reyes and Council President.
The chair votes yes, and the chair also recognizes Councilor Infante did say yes. Okay. Anything else on the roll business? We're going to new business. This is going to take a while. 17423, fund transfer, $350,000 from free cash to fire suppression overtime, budget and finance. 17523, fund transfer, $1,618,910 from free cash to various reserve funds. 17623 SEIU Local 888 Parking Attendant Unit, CBA authorization and $20,000 funding approval. Budget and Finance. 17723 SEIU Local 3 Inspectors Unit, CBA authorization and $98,100 funding approval. Budget and Finance. 17823 year-end transfers between department accounts. That's going to the Budget and Finance. 17923 FY24 annual authorization of revolving funds and authorization to spend $357,980 in PEG funds. That is going to the Budget and Finance. 18023 appropriate insurance proceed estimates estimated at $502,258 for Partham School roof damage. That's going to the Budget and Finance. 18123 is the submission of FY22 city audit to City Council. Powers and Sullivan LLC is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Document 18223, authorization to expend grant funds, $7,000 for the ECCF Summer Fund is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. 18323, appointment of Sharon Burchell to the Lawrence Airport Commission. The term expires on July 15th, 2024. Is going to the Personnel Committee. 18423, appointment of Andre Castillo to the Lawrence Airport Commission. Term expires on July 15th, 2024. That is going to the Personnel Committee. 18523, appointment of William Collins to the Lawrence Airport Commission. Term expires on July 15th, 2024. That's to the Personnel Committee. 18623, appointment of Daniel M. Foley to the Lawrence Airport Commission. Term expires on July 15th, 2025. Personnel Committee. Document 18723, appointment of Robert H. Irving to the Lawrence Airport Commission. Term expires on July 15th, 2025. 18823, appointment of Doug Howe to the Lawrence Airport Commission. Term expires July 15th, 2025. 18923, appointment of Dania Amador Martis to the Lawrence Airport Commission. Term expires on July 15th, 2026. 19023, appointment of Ernest R. Cordemarsh to the Lawrence Airport Commission. Term expires on July 15th, 2026. 19123, disclosure of a conflict. Jose Gutierrez of the Lawrence School Department. That is going to the Ordinance Committee. Document 19223, Fire Prevention Plan Development is going to Public Safety. 19323, Family Fun Day, O'Connell Park, July 1st, 2023 is going to it's going to Ordinance Committee. Document 19423, Hawkers and Peddlers License, Heavy Hitters Marketing is going to the Ordinance Committee. Document 19523.
Those two, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
19523, Farmers Market, Wednesdays from June 14th to October 25th, Campanion Common is going to the Ordinance Committee. 19623, Farmers Market, Saturdays, June 17th to October 20th, O'Connell Park, Ordinance Committee. 19723, Bingo in the Park, July 22nd and 23rd, 2023 at Campanion Common, Ordinance Committee. Document 19823, Celebrating Recovery, September 23rd, 2023, from 3 to 8 p.m. is going to the Ordinance Committee. Document 19923, Christian Rally, June 10th at Burgoyne, that's spelled wrong, Burgoyne Park, July 8th in Cronin Park, August 12th, and September 9th in Gagnon Park. That is going to Ordinance Committee. 223, 15-minute parking grocery store at 130 Franklin Street. That's going to the ordinance committee. 20123. We're almost there. 20123 is 15-minute parking removal at 46 Howard Street, put on by Councilor Anna Levy and Francisco Frias. What we got?
Councilor Rosario might want to withdraw that.
What is it?
202.
202. So 20223 Reservoir Street, one-way heading northwest. We're going to withdraw that with the author, Councilor Rosario, has requested that that be withdrawn, so that will not be sent to a committee. Document 20323, handicap parking at 545 Essex Street, unit number 54, is going to the ordinance committee. Document number 20423, a resolution honoring gymnast Jonelle Canales by Councilor Rodriguez, is going to the ordinance committee. Document 20523, immigrant place park, Chestnut Street and Short Street, add Isabel Melendez's name, is going to the ordinance committee. That's put on by Vice President Reyes. Document 20623, a four-way stop at South Broadway and Farley Street. Traffic study needed, put on by Councilor Infante and Councilor Selena Reyes, ordinance committee. Document 20723, four-way stop at Mount Vernon Street, Sparkle Drive, and Mount Vernon Circle. Traffic study needed, put on by Councilor Stephanie Infante, is going to the ordinance committee. Document 20823, request to remove deed restriction at 113 Walnut Street, is going to the ordinance. What do you think? Deed restriction, housing or ordinance? That's going to housing. 20923, declaration of surplus property, Kendall Street parcel, map 92, lot 79, housing committee. 210-923, a resolution in support of the Lawrence Public Schools financial audit by the state auditor, put on by Vice Chair Guzman of the school committee, is going to the ordinance committee. Document 21123, oy vey. This is a late file. That's just weird. Councilors, there's a late file, 21123, authorizing the spending grants of $10,000 to ECCF Summer Fund. Is there a motion to late file? Motion made by the Vice President, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Infante? I think she said yes. Councilor Vice President Reyes? Yes. Council President LaPlante?
Yes.
It's,
How many do we need? We need 7 for that.
you only have 6 people.
Accepted. Document 21223, recognition of the football team, U12 North Junior Lancers. Going to the ordinance committee. A 21323, a resolution honoring St. John's Prep graduate and 2023 valedictorian Jonathan R. Rodriguez, put on by Councilor Rodriguez, is going to the ordinance committee. 21423, Director of Inspectional Services Department, ISD, temporary appointment, This is based on ordinance number 2.04.081, put on by Councilor Infante and myself. This deserves just a nickel summary, very much a small summary. That ordinance that's on there, thank you very much, Councilor Russell, for the catch on the earlier edition. What this does is that because of the ISD director did not pass, and it's been acting for longer than he shouldn't have been there, frankly, because we didn't get adopted, that the power now to select the ISD director is now on the city council. So tomorrow, the process begins with getting an ad in the MMA, so that we're going to look at these things, and Councilor Infante and that committee is going to be vetting and going through the applicants for ISD director. So that's that. And that's the last one, because we already sent, and that's going to Personnel Committee, correct. And 21523 I've already sent down to the Ordinance Committee. That is it. We have a lot of vice chairs here, and the chair or two. How about Ordinance Committee? So let's put this on the table. Before Councilor Rodriguez left, we have a Budget and Finance on Monday at 7 p.m.
Yeah, Monday, 6:12 for Budget and Finance at 7. Public Safety was at 6:30 p.m. for, actually 6 p.m., excuse me, for Monday, the same 6:12. And then Housing the following Monday, not till 6:26 at 6:30. He was not going to have one. That makes Housing will not be until Monday, 6:26 at 6:30.
And Budget and Finance is on the
Budget and Finance will be at, Public Safety will be at 6, and then Budget and Finance will be at 7, both on June 12th.
So Housing, okay, let's hold it. Okay.
Be June 12th at 7 p.m. And Public Safety is going to be June 12th at 6 p.m.
We have Councilor Infante, the chair is live. When are we having Personnel?
Technology issues. Personnel, Tuesday at 6.
Did we settle on ordinance yet?
Next Tuesday.
Okay.
7, June 3rd.
Next Tuesday, June 13 at 7.
I think that's it, right? Are we all done?
Motion to adjourn.
Yes. Motion made and properly seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Infante.
Yes.
Councilor Selena Reyes is noted as absent. Councilor Del Rosario. Yes. Councilor Rodriguez is noted as absent. Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Dela Cruz is noted as absent. Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Council Estela Reyes. Council Vice President Estela Reyes. Council President LaPlante.
Yes, we're adjourned.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone. Thanks, Councilor Infante.